All right. Okay. I am hopefully
Well,
live,
we're on
question
stream.
mark.
We'll know when we're on stream because he'll greet the chat.
All right.
We're on stream.
All right. So, I am hoping like hell that this is working. So, to those of you that are here, if y'all are here, welcome. We are doing what is definitely the second episode of the podcast D&D thing. Yeah, it's totally the second episode. It is totally the second episode.
Second session, second episode. Let's go.
All right. So going across the list here, Ian, you're up first.
Hello, my name is Ian. I play the character of Motori, and I play him with a Russian accent.
All right, and next we have Ash.
Hello, I'm Ash. I am playing the character Alvra. She is a princess of the Underdark, and she is a Drow Ranger.
Next up we have Crow.
Hello, my name is Ro, and I'm playing the character of Bob, the Lizard Folk Druid.
Next up, Sniper.
Howdy, name's Sniper. I play Holden, the Shifter Drider.
Right. Then we have Pelly.
Hi, I'm Pelly. I play Kahuna, our human barbarian. Nice to meet you.
After that, we have Rumple.
Hello, I go by Rumpelstiltskin. I'm one of the co-DMs for this campaign. Expect lots of shenanigans from me.
Yep, and finally we have Haley.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Haley. I am the DM of this campaign, actually. So, and let's not forget our newest player before I actually go into recapping last session.
Yes, I am, as you can see, my name is Kebab. I am playing the character Andy, who is a Dragonborn bard.
So fun little bit here real quick. If you haven't been following the podcast, we are doing this in a world that I have built that was meant for a story. And last session, everybody just came into this kingdom, except for Bob's character. He's probably been in here for a little while. And basically our gator boy over here caused a little ruckus, which got them all taken to the palace. The queen has officially offered them a quest, and thanks to Ash, I can never say it.
Alvra?
Alvra, thank you. Thanks to Alvra, we've gotten them all to head off on this quest. Actually, currently, they have just spent the night in the castle, and they are... Let me check my notes here real quick. Each of them were offered a bag of holding. I almost said Melitor. Matori handed his back. He has decided not to do with that. And today's session, as we are going to just head right into it, guys, as you wake up, there has been a good 5 inches of snow now from the first snowstorm of the season that you can see out your windows for the room. Ashla, what's your response?
Oops.
Okay, well, in that case, Ian, you're waking up to this. Oh, everything else.
Ash, can you hear?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, there you are.
Not hear anything for like the last 2 minutes. I am so sorry.
Okay, so as you're,
It happens.
so as you're waking up, you've spent the night in this castle, you've gotten your own room. Emily showed you the way to your room at the time. When you wake up, there's a good 5 inches of snow outside from the snowstorm that hit while you guys were outside last session.
Alvar will get up out of bed and stretch a little bit and head to the window. Seeing just a blanket of white covering everything, she's gonna look at it curiously. The shiver's gonna kind of run up her spine. She's not used to things being this cold. Oh, this is more of what they call snow. I believe. I didn't realize it would be so cold.
All right. Ian, how is Matori responding?
Wait, what am I responding to again? I'm sorry.
As you're waking up, there are
Tori is responding to some snow. There's been about 5 inches of snow over the night.
Matori's just going to look at all the snow and say, well, that wasn't there this morning.
and Kelly, Kahuna's response.
Kahuna's gonna rise out of bed, look out the window, and be like, my, oh my, I haven't seen this in a long time. Man, oh man, I wish this was down south. Wonder what the others are up to. Time to get ready and whatever the hell we're doing today.
Sniper Holden.
So Holden just like stretches and finally shifts back down into his half human, half spider form. He looks out the window and goes, well, damn, this one gonna be one cold one. I might as well bring some extra layers, just on the safe side.
And Crow, why did the name Bob just slip my mind? How's Bob responding to all of this cold?
Bob will get up from around his pot, walk over to the window, and upon being there and seeing his breath basically fog up at the weather, he's just gonna go, damn winter.
So while you guys are, in your separate rooms, you're getting up, you're getting ready for the day, with knowing that there is now snow outside. From the kitchens comes the warm smell, sweet smell of a actual Southern style breakfast of eggs, bacon, sausage, pancakes, and I had it for a second. Hold on. And biscuits. There we go. Biscuits and gravy. And it's just kind of wavering over the castle at this point as the butler from last session is told to gather that everybody else.
The Southerners were absolutely paying very close attention. How do you describe that?
I am a Southerner, remember?
Anyway, moving forward.
butler was your NPC, wasn't it?
Well, which one was the?
The butler. The one that Emily
Oh.
told. Yes.
Okay. So the butler is coming into each of the rooms, and per the attitude that they found the previous night, he is still just as grumpy as ever. He doesn't really say anything. He just kind of walks in with just all fancy clothes and his arm held out with the cloth over it. He just walks in, looks around, food's ready, walks back out. Every single room he does that in. Doesn't say hello, doesn't say good morning, nothing.
All right. Does anyone want to respond to the butler's thing before we move to breakfast?
Me? I was just wondering if he actually knocked or if he just plain on opened the door.
Well, Rumple, did he knock? He's in such a bad mood. Did he knock?
I am debating between chaos or non-chaos.
You know how we've been the past few days. Give us something to laugh at, if you please.
Yep, he doesn't knock. He just walks right in.
Did you just out of my room, Lord! Out! Can't you see a lady is changing? Do that now! Get out!
Second she asked, I was like, oh, no, here we go. The butler's just gonna, for the first time, you actually see his face change from general sour expression that he wears to something that's like actually embarrassed, and his face just gets like flushed as he turns on his heels and walks out of the room really quickly, and you hear him like, sorry.
Close the door, you manners, no manners, no manners. Slams the door shut. How dare motherfucker.
I take it he didn't knock again. Comes Emily's voice from Kahuna's door. Like, she's not opened the door, she doesn't see anything, but from the door, she just hears, I take it he didn't knock.
No manners, that one, that's for sure, sugar.
Unfortunately, he's been that way for a while. Anyway, like he said, food's ready. I'm just kind of trying to make up for the fact that he's been... It's not just you. It's not just you. It's everybody he's done this to. I'm trying to make up for it and make sure that you also received your bag of holding. So...
Kahuna will open the door, her cloak door, and her long auburn fiery locks laying down by her shoulders, and she'll just go, of course I did, sugar. It's mighty fine. And you're fine. Don't you worry about that old grump. I swear back home, butlers were the same way. Mighty feisty. But don't you worry a single hair on your head. You're as sweet as pie. Come. Let's go get some good breakfast and just forget the old grump ever stepped foot in our pants. Come on now, sugar. We got things to do, don't we?
Crow, I noticed that you did dip. Did you hear the butler's, rude kind of food's ready thing?
I did.
Okay, just making sure. Did you want to have a response to that? Because...
I will.
Actually, if
Bob
I want a
is
response
going
from anyone else. Go ahead.
Bob's just going to be looking melancholy out the window, staring at the harsh, cold snow for his lizard body. And just state under his breath state out loud before the butler leaves. What do they cook up?
The butler stops and looks at him and just sighs, and having to carry a conversation longer than 2 seconds. Food.
That don't mean nothing. Even a baby can cook food. What kind of food?
Good food.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the beginning of that bit.
Good food.
Bob be to judge that.
With Kahuna coming up beside her, of course, Emily's going to kind of just look at the butler. You could at least tell him that there are eggs, sausage, bacon, and biscuits and gravy down there, as well as, I am to understand, pancakes.
Butler just frowns. Too many words. Walks off.
I'm sorry about that. We're heading down to the breakfast hall. Would you like to join us?
Pancakes. As for once, you now see Bob with a look of confusion.
Yes, sugar, it's a baked good. Mind if I eat like a... Take a normal cake and squish it down and make it all circular, cover in butter and syrup and honey, and it's just divine.
Okay, I'm gonna get to do this. Sorry, I did a roll for later when everybody gets down there. Bob, you were gonna say? Or Pro?
No, Bob just looked quizzically, and now that the question has been answered, he's just gonna go, oh, okay. If the lady says you're good, then they're good.
Alright. Did anyone else want to respond to the butler rudely saying food's ready?
May I?
I think if anyone else should respond, Sniper should. Walking in on the
Okay.
half man, half spider that's trying to hide that fact.
Okay. Ash, you said you wanted to respond too, so let's get Sniper's response real quick and then we will jump over to you.
Okay, that's fine.
The moment he walks in, he just sees me like quickly throwing on my cloak. What do you want?
Food ready. Walks back out.
Well, damn, you could have just dang well not. I was going to just try to get ready. Manners, I swear.
Now with both Bob and Kahuna, here comes Emily. I'm sorry about that. We've been trying to work with him for years on this. He's done that to me so many times it's not even funny.
Are you sure he don't have no bias against the South?
I don't fully know. He was Mother's friend before she took the throne. So,
Probably past lineage. Anywho, I'll join you. I'll be down in a second.
just checking on you. And Ashley, your response.
Hearing a ruckus outside of the door of everybody kind of talking and everything like that, she'd walk to the door trying to hear what's going on. But as it opened suddenly, she'd gasp and take a half step towards one of her short swords and unsheath it before she stopped herself and realized who it is. And she's just, one should announce themselves before entering a room, sir.
The butler just calmly puts his finger on the tip of the sword and pushes it down out of his face. Food's ready. Walks off. Doesn't
She still
care.
kind of just has her other hand almost clutching her pearls as she's just shaking a little bit and she's taking in a few deep breaths. Oh, these overworlders' style is so odd.
Are you okay, hun? I know he's startled several people. Kahuna here, the Gator Boy, and,
Holden, sugar.
Holden. Thank you, hun. Thank you. And Holden. Wait, is that real steel? She's just looking at the blade.
She kind of holds it up a bit sheepishly, almost like she's embarrassed that she even drew it on somebody. Yes, it's an Underdark kind of mixture of different materials, but yes, it is steel, and she lays it across both of her hands and presents it to Emily.
As Emily kind of
Mhm.
picks it up, and she didn't get to be captain of the guard by just not being around weapons. She kind of just does a safe sweep with it. Huh. More balanced than I thought it'd be.
You just see a smile kind of creep across Alvara's lips as she nods happily. Oh yes, it's some very fine quality, and you handle a blade remarkably well. That was very nice. Mother made sure that I was well trained and versed in these before I left, but it's good to see that there's others like me as well.
Training with the guards every week. You don't get to be captain of the guard just by sitting around in your room waiting to be rescued, like all those fairy tales say. Shall we go check on the boulder guy downstairs? He might be already in the room, in the dining room.
Yes, we shall. And she kind of gently takes the sword back and slips it back into her sheath before kind of putting it across her, cinching it on her waist again. Yes, let's do that. That sounds lovely.
They all head downstairs. Ian, was there something you wanted Matori to say to the butler who rudely enters and goes, "Food's ready"?
Yeah, I think I will make a thing. Matori would just respond after the butlers left with just a straight face and just stays where he is. Because I'm pretty sure he wasn't in a room, in a bedroom. He was just in the whole place where he has been for pretty much most of the session. Yeah,
Most of the
he's pretty much stayed in the same place where he was last time when food was being made. But he's just staying there.
So, as everybody enters the dining room, this is where the roll is coming in. The dining room almost seems messy, as apparently somebody got a little excited with their plating, and there are pancakes all over the walls, and even a couple on the ceiling.
Oh, my. What a way to make pancakes. That's it. Oh, they're even on the ceiling. Oh, huh.
Who in the right mind throws all the flapjacks up into the roof? What we trying to do? Feed the birds?
There's some quite nice birds who would love that game. Quite a
Alva kind of tilts
troublesome.
her head as she looks up. Oh, I thought maybe it was their spiders.
Holden just looks at her for one moment and just goes back to looking normal.
Kinda too big for spiders. I mean, if there were driders here, maybe, but too cold for them.
Alva kind of just chuckles a little bit. Oh, you must not have spent much time in the Underdark. Our spiders can be the size of horses sometimes.
What? Emily just looks over at her like, what did you just say?
Driders have a weird sense of personality. Plus, much cold don't bother them. Depends on what you got to deal with.
So obviously the pancakes aren't not an option for breakfast, but it looks like they handled the sausage and the eggs and the biscuits and gravy okay. There's also orange juice and milk if you guys want those. We do have wine, but I don't think you want wine right after you wake up. I don't know. Some of y'all's customs don't make any sense to me.
Kahuna's
At
gonna
this
turn
moment,
to
the butler. Sorry.
Kahuna's gonna turn to Bob and just kind of sadly smile and shake her. Sorry, big guy, no pancakes for you today. Maybe while we're on our adventure we'll make some later, but I think these ones became quite too excited and decided to play a game of jumping jack.
No hospitality at all.
Oh, sad but true.
Rumble, you were trying.
About this moment, the butler's gonna walk in, and he's just gonna look up, look around at the mess. He just sigh as he snaps his fingers and casts a cleaning spell and makes everything all clean and sparkly again as he just turns on his heels and walks back out.
Pleasure with him, isn't it? Anyway, as per your request last night, we have replaced the porcelain plates for everyone. Everyone's eating at the same time again. Everybody's serving themselves. Everybody has the same setup. Oh, and Mom said she wanted to see us after we were done with breakfast. Apparently, she wants to give you guys gifts. So.
Well, how kind of her. Well, y'all, I say we dig in. And Kahuna's gonna march her way over and pick up the bacon and the biscuit and gravy and settle herself down to a nice good breakfast.
You see Bob just sort of sadly pick up his plate and just sort of walk over to the bunch of food and just fill it up a little bit and then come back, and you just don't need for perception checks or anything. You just hear him say, "Yeah, I really want to try them pancakes. They sound interesting." And then he's gonna look at the Emily is her name, correct?
She's going to nod, kind of just like she understands, and she's going to snap her fingers, summoning up a servant, and all Bob's going to hear is stack of 10 for him, make sure they're good, do not throw them on the ceiling again.
He just looks at Emily and just sort of goes, "Y'all got a breakfast whiskey? I'm cold. Whiskey soothes the soul."
She turns back to the servant, and a bottle of whiskey, apparently.
Holden just sits there for a moment, grabs what he needs, some eggs, some bacon, and biscuits. And he looks over and says, "Y'all got any orange juice? And can I get a small shot of whiskey with it? It might be helpful for me."
She nods over to the orange juice that has already been poured for everybody, unfortunately, should they choose it, and then nods back to the servant. You heard him. Apparently we're going to need more than one bottle of whiskey for these guys.
Thank you kindly.
Ash, what's your character doing?
She's gonna wait until everybody else gets their plate and everything like that, and kind of sheepishly walk over to everything, kind of poke at it a little bit with the fork, almost like it's foreign to her, as she just takes one piece of everything and puts it on her plate and sits down and slowly starts taking little bites, just seeing if she likes it, tasting it, and trying it out for the first time.
Ian, I know Matori didn't join in the... Was it gumbo or jambalaya at the last round, guys?
Jambalaya.
Okay,
Jambalaya.
so I know you're in the jambalaya, but does he take part in this breakfast?
Nope. Like I said, he stays in the same room that he was in, where he was in the for that, as well as where he was.
So, for Matori, it's not his friend this time, but an icicle will drop for him right in front of him.
He catches it and starts eating it like he doesn't want to question it.
As for Bob, suddenly there is this big old stack of flapjacks, 10 of them, ready for you. And the servant just puts it down right next to you. I do mean, yeah, I do mean Gator Boy.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so the servants come out and they've got this huge stack of 10 pancakes for you, basically. Flapjack pancakes, whatever you want to call them. And they just sat them down next to you with butter and syrup.
Bob's gonna look around, look at the giant stack of 10 he's got next to him. And he's gonna give 2 pancakes to everyone else at the table out of the party. And then he's just gonna look to Kahuna, just sort of like staring at the butter and the syrup and everything, just being like,
Oh, Sugar, no, Sugar, these pancakes are for you. You wanted to try them.
But he seems so excited that they had pancake and they didn't have pancake.
Well, then, she's going to take the 2 pancakes that were handed to her, take one of them off her plate and put it on his plate and just look at him and go, we're going to share then. That's the Southern way, remember? Now, what you do next is you take your butter and you smear it all over. If you want a lot, you put a lot. If you don't, you don't. And then you take the syrup. Normally, I put powdered sugar and honey on mine. Makes it taste like a beignet. Divine, if you tell me. But for this, you just pour the syrup on top and make it a sugary sweet. It's just a sugary sweet treat, Sugar. That's all.
I mean, she didn't take the pancakes when offered. She didn't want them. So she does a strange thing and puts syrup over her eggs.
You see Bob just sort of never really having used a knife. You just sort of see him go to reach his claw into the butter, and then he just sort of stops and looks around again. No, he stops and then looks around again. And then he realizes the knife. So he grabs to reach it. And he grabs it. And then he starts looking around, but because everyone else is sort of so far in, he missed the process on how to spread it, so he's just slump shoulders again.
Oh boy. So you take...
Holden just looks over towards Bob. Thanks for the flapjacks. And by the way, scoop a small bit and spread it out nice and evenly. It'll help you out a little bit later. And he just goes right to eating his entire food. Not paying the mind anymore.
So while everyone's sitting there, kind of swapping pancakes, trying to figure out what they're gonna do, the butler is gonna return, and he's got a couple of bottles in hand of just this dragon whiskey, and
He drops her fork, and then she sees that. Are you joking? Do you know?
And he walks over to the table, sets them both down, and walks into the kitchen. Then he comes back, and he's got like all the stuff to just make a big pot of coffee right there. And he just starts making it. He'll turn on like the burner, and you see him light the fire, and it's like the stove just like starts making starts burning, and he'll set like 2 or 3 pots of coffee on there, and about maybe 15 minutes later, that you see them whistling as the steam comes from them, and he just starts pouring coffee into cups, and then like half of it's coffee, half of it's whiskey, and then he just sets one down in front of Bob and gives another one to Sniper. I can't remember what your character's name is.
Holden.
Holden, sorry. It's another one in front of Holden. And then he looks at everyone else at the table with kind of a question look like, anyone else?
Emily is looking at him like, Mother is going to kill you!
And he does not care. Like, he has no cares to give at all.
So does anyone else want any of these whiskey coffee things before we move on to the arrival of a certain person?
No, thank you, sugar. That's I don't want to know what that is. I'm quite good.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
And we know Ian is out in the hallway eating his icicle. So, of course, suddenly there is a fanfare. Because this whole time there's been a certain person in the castle missing. And in walks the queen, and yet she looks a little different, actually. She's actually wearing a little bit of color, not much. It's still a black and white outfit, but on her chest, right over her heart, is this small wand with red sparks. Yeah.
Your Majesty, how are you doing this fine morning? Care to join us for breakfast?
Alva will stand up out of her seat and give a bow to the queen before sitting back down.
Crow, Holden.
Bob's still not understanding the protocol of royalty and everything like that. He's just digging into the pancakes after being shown how to do it, the breakfast and everything, and slowly sipping on the Irish coffee. And with each sip of the coffee, you just see him sink lower and lower as he just gets warmer and warmer.
Holden just lifts up his head and takes a sip of the Irish coffee and just looks at the queen. As he finally sets down his cup, he goes, "Howdy, Your Majesty. Care to sit and join us for some for breakfast? Care to sit and join us for some breakfast?"
I know it's getting late for you guys. I'm sorry. She's going to simply nod to Alvra. Very, very pleased that somebody has actually recognized the royal protocol. And she'll look at Holden, and then she'll just snap her fingers. Actually, I just came to give you all one of these. As everyone in the party, save for Emily does not receive this, receives a bag with 300 gold in it. It is put on the table in front of you. You'll be needing supplies for your journey. When you're ready, you can leave through the east gate. It is the quickest way to the next kingdom to find a captain to see you off to the troublesome kingdom. Feel free to explore the city today, though no one's getting out of the kingdom today. It's too cold.
Oh, Your Majesty, you shouldn't have. This just seems too much, sugar.
Just Holden looks at the bag that's set in front of him and goes, "Thank you, Majesty. We'll make sure we get the job done, I think. At least properly. I know I'll try."
Alva will kind of slip the gold into her bag of holding as she gives another just kind of short bow from her seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is far too kind. We will be sure to use all this to its best. Thank you so much.
Matori would be receiving a bag from a servant as well with the gold in it.
Matori would take the bag and just hold it and ask the servant, "What's in this bag?"
Money for supplies. The queen wants to make sure that you guys are well prepared to handle whatever that kingdom might throw at you.
I see. Спасибо.
Say that one more time, Ian.
He says, "I see. Спасибо."
The servant simply nods and backs away from Boulder Boy.
Why does he really seem like a threat?
Don't
Also,
question it. Don't.
Just don't question. Okay.
also, oh, sorry. I just
So-
want to say though. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop.
So, after breakfast has been eaten, Emily kind of looks around at all of you guys. So the market in town is great. You guys are gonna need some information about the land surrounding the town, and I know a good spot that has a good. I know the library is a great place for some information on that. And the tavern's a really good spot to catch up on gossip. Maybe somebody's seen something from the other kingdom that we could use to know.
A library, you say, Sugar? Now that just sounds mighty fine.
Holden just
Bob can
pops
always
his
talk to
head
the
up and
animals.
looks towards to everybody and says, "Well, I'm just ready to roll when y'all are. I have many things already prepared for myself."
And you were saying, Crow?
Hey, um,
Just hearing the mention of gathering information from a library and everything like that, Bob just goes, Bob can talk to animals.
You were
I
saying
have a question for Crow.
Shoot.
Did Bob grab his pot and bring it back downstairs with him, or did he leave it in the room?
Oh no, he brought that. That never leaves his back.
Okay, so there's currently a big pot of half a pot of jambalaya still sitting that's now sitting in the dining room by Bob, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
Ash, your character hearing about this library in the tavern, what does she do?
She kind of just sits back and kind of takes in what everybody else is saying. The library's kind of piqued her interest, but she also wants to check out the markets again.
All right. Matori would have heard that. Is there any response that he gives?
Wait, what?
Emily just suggested that they go to the market, the library, or the tavern.
I think out of some form of politeness, he would just wait for the others in the room he's been in to see, just to wait for them.
I really don't think anyone should go off by themselves. Holden, you said you already had stuff?
I have all my gear prepared. I've pretty much been prepared since I left my home.
Would you... Is anyone want to go to the market?
Alva would kind of lean in. Yes, it's always You could always prepare a little bit more, though. We might need potions or some equipment we might not have thought of. I mean, were you planning on traveling to a different country?
As many times as I've probably been to, with all the times I've sewn up things, you'd be surprised what people are willing to hand over if you help them out. I never did get to sell my wares, so I'll tag along to the market, see if
Okay.
anybody's interested in a last minute sale.
Okay, so you two can handle the markets. Um, you said you wanted to go to the library, Kahuna?
Oh yes, sugar. I may not look like it, but I do love a good book. And love doing any research I can. If we need to figure out more about this country, then a book is where you're gonna find it. Not so much of a people talker. Too many people.
Ah, I feel like the library would be a good. Bob, were you planning on going anywhere today? Like, I did list off like things. Where did you want to go? Or
Y'all
were
are
you?
saying you want information on people from the other place. Bob know the one place that gets information real reliably. Bob can talk to Animo.
I feel like you'd benefit from a good book as well. Do you want to tag with her to the library?
Book ain't no animal. But Bob go with the lady. Never leave lady alone.
Well, thank you, sugar. I mean, I can handle myself just fine.
Matori, actually interested about you because you are you living rock or what are you? You know what? I might end up tagging to the library too because I'm curious as to what this is.
All I know is I am me, and me is I. Aside from that, I know not what I am, who I am, or where I came from exactly. All I know is my name and what I am. But that is as much as I know.
Think, therefore I am.
Exactly.
Per- perhaps we could tag along with you to the library, and then after the library, we could check out the markets. Or we could go to the tavern, whatever's closer. I'm just excited to explore the town.
I mean, the tavern's the closest. It's just up the street. The library's actually right next to it. Why don't we?
Follow.
Why don't we head to the tavern and then Kahuna and hold on, I'm trying to think. Who did I put up with Kahuna now?
Bob and Emily.
I'm about to say Bob and Emily.
So us three, we can go to the library while they check out the tavern, and then we can all hit up the markets.
That works for me, as long as that works for everyone else.
Sounds like a plan, sugar.
Waiting for confirmation from the others.
I
I'll
go where
probably
you lot go.
I'll let y'all head up to the library and I'll head up the tavern with y'all, but after y'all head off to the library, I'm gonna make my way over to the market to start setting up a little small rinky-dink quick shop.
That works with us. All right. Let me just, as she grabs this winter cloak, and for a black and white city, it's kind of strange because it's not black and white. As you're looking at it, it actually has a little bit of a blue sparkle to it.
Ooh, now that's a pretty outfit you got on there, darling.
It was a gift from Mom's former patron. Um,
Oh, good for her, I guess.
Anyway, shall we go? Bob, do you need an extra layer or two? I realize that it's like really cold out there.
Yes.
She'll pull down another cloak that's not quite as sparkly, and we'll hand it over to.
Holden pipes up right quick. Y'all mind handing me both of them? I think I can make it a little bit bigger for Bob. The last cloak I gave him didn't fit him such right. Wasn't able to keep him warm.
She grabs two instead of one and hands them both to him.
Let's do it right now. Holden sits down on the floor right quick and starts quickly stitching them up together to make a better rough draft of what he originally made for Bob as a cloak.
I think there is a merchant who sells fabric in the market as well that you might be interested in looking at, as well as selling your stuff.
I mean, I picked up a lot of things when I was traveling. Tailoring things is kind of one of the things I do for a specialty, a little shop.
Anyway,
As I finish sewing up this quick cloak that I made up for Bob, I look over to him. I'm like, hold up one moment. Can I get your arm length right quick, Bob?
Bob holds out his arm.
You just see Holden dart around Bob, just getting the correct measurements of his arm. And by the time he finally sits down, the entire cloak has been completed. He looks over to Bob. This should fit you a little bit better. I wanted to make sure it kept you warm. I know you like me. We from the South. We don't know the meaning of snow.
Giant gator don't like cold.
I
right.
understand that, Bob.
All right. Okay. Is everybody warm enough? I do have extra. Like, the castle has a lot of cloaks for all of our servants to go out in the winter. Does anyone else need one?
All good here, sugar.
Alvaro will kind of pull her cloak a little closer to her. This should do me all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer.
Holden just looks up and says to everybody, if you ever need something repaired via clothing-wise, I probably can get it done for you fairly quick. I'm pretty much ready to go on, see what I can find, and sell some of the wares that I got.
Right. Okay. Right this way. She will lead them to, and it's just like she said. Here is the tavern it's called High Spirits, and for some reason the library has this. Rumple, you have the world notes open?
I do.
God of Knowledge. Did I put one in there?
I gotta find it first.
Other than this, my brain's not functioning tonight. I'm exhausted.
Please stand by while we are experiencing some technical difficulties.
Buffering.
While we wait, here, have some cat.
In this local news, local cat has gone on a tirade with meows. Back to you over there in the field. Jolly, how
Do you
is
want
it
to break
over
from the ads?
Want to break from the ads?
Kebab, how is chat over there? Kebab.
Mostly just Pelly, but it's whatever.
I'm your biggest fan.
What'd you think?
There is not a god of knowledge. You've got
Hold on.
a whole bunch of others, but you do not have a god of knowledge.
I know who we put for like the major god of the city, but I also didn't think I put. Thought I had.
And if it's anyone, it's Sixer, since he's the god of magic.
Well, if you haven't realized, it's black and white, which is a certain other god's.
Right.
So, real quick thing. Unfortunately, stream, you will not be able to get this, but outside of the library, I'm pulling up this image now.
If you make it a link, Kebab can post it in his chats.
Yes,
as
I
a link.
can.
I cannot make it a link, but
Well, then never mind.
I have the image somewhere. Hold on.
If
2
you have
seconds.
the image, I can actually put it on stream.
Thank you. Give me 2 seconds. I'm looking for the specific. Looking for. There is a statue. Mind you, it is like everything else. It is black and white. Here we go. Here's the one I'm looking for. I had a better image, but it is black and white, and it is outside of the library, kind of actually between the library and the tavern. So,
Pretty lady.
any responses to the outside before we move indoors?
What it lacks in color, it provides in architect, I think. Very pretty building. I don't know.
Is a building.
That it is, Bob. That it is.
'Tis two buildings together, with a statue of someone between them.
Would I recognize the god?
Considering it is not of the Underdark, I do not believe so.
She'll just kind of look up at it curiously and tilt her head to the side before looking to everybody else. Well, I'm guessing this is where we're gonna part ways. We'll head to the tavern and you guys are gonna head to the library, yes?
Right
Yes.
is right, sugar.
And addressing your color comment, Kahuna, that is the goddess of balance, Krissa. She doesn't really do color. It's why most of our things are black and white. She is our city's protector.
Oh.
So.
Okay. To each their own, I guess. Sure. Let's get inside this library now. It's starting to get nippy now, ain't it? And she's just gonna quickly just turn and just start making her way like a determined woman ready to be the first in line for something.
Emily would follow her. Does Bob follow them, Crow?
Yeah, Bob follows.
Real quickly, for those who are entering the tavern. It's a basic tavern, a bunch of wood, but it's all still black and white. As the bartender running the bar kind of looks over towards the stage. Andy, you got another one?
You got it. Sailors beware this tale of old. Everyone's death is on the horizon. If the sky goes dark, then you'll never be seen from again. you'll end up dead. Everyone's going to die at the hand of the kingdom across the way. Magic will be required, but stick together and you might get out alive. Don't take your eyes off the horizon. Don't turn on each other, you only have one small chance. Sailors beware this tale of old. Everyone's death is on the horizon. Stay alert and stay alive if the sky goes dark. You'll end up dead. You'll end up dead.
Yeah, no, the bartender kind of just nods before noting, yeah, Alvra, Matori. I keep wanting to say Melitor again. And Holden. Oh, hi. Well, Andy, your drink's on the edge of the bar when you're ready for it.
Thank you, sir.
What can I get you for her? That's the bartender.
Alva will kind of shake her head a little bit as she looks away back from the stage, and she walks up to the bartender and just offers a smile. Yes, hello. Do you guys happen to have cider?
We sure do. Your first time here?
Yes, it is. Just blew into town, actually.
I got caught by the storm, huh? Well, drinks are on me then. Cider's right here. Andy, your tuning's getting off there. And for you guys back there, as she's looking at Matori and Holden at this point.
Holden just looks at it and goes, "You got any good iced tea around here?"
Tea. Let me check the back. Anything for you, big guy? As she's staring at Matori at this point. First time she's ever seen anyone like that.
I'm alright on drinks, but is it possible I could talk to the performer that was on stage?
I mean, yeah. And yeah, someone wants to talk to you.
Okay.
2 seconds, guys. I thought we had everything planned out. Apparently we didn't. But you two can definitely chat.
Matori just goes to how did I forget his name already? Sorry.
Andy.
Andy. Matori goes to Andy and says to him, "Good singing."
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
May I ask, where did you come up with the idea of the lyrics?
It must have been in a dream.
You mean you weren't thinking about Kriegsland from across the sea on that one? Cider, tea. Here you go. And as I said, first drinks are on me.
Holden just picks up the glass and just gives it a little raise. Thank you, barkeep. It just takes a nice, good long drink of his glass.
Alva kind of watches him and not really sure what it means. She kind of takes her cup in both hands and raises it up too as she takes a sip.
While y'all are doing that, she suddenly she twitches her ears. And I just had that name. Just saw it. Okay. Baron, get out here! We're having a rush!
I'm coming. And this big burly man just comes walking out of the kitchen. He's covered in, his apron's just covered in grease spots, and he's very obviously holding a frying pan as he walks out there and kind of just looks at her like, "What? What do you want now?" And he's just got this big old mustache that curls and this long beard. His clothes are definitely more tavern keeper style and simple, plain, but still shows a bit of the status, the fact that this is a well doing establishment. And he just sits there and stares at Rosella as he just kind of keeps flipping what he's frying in the skillet. Like tosses it a little bit and shuffles it around, just stares at her like, "What do you want?"
Oh, put it down. These guys are asking about the song, and I know you and I both know what land he's talking about. Amy, hun, that's enough tuning your guitar, please. It's driving my ears insane.
Right. Noted.
He's gonna disappear back into the kitchen, and you hear just clang, clang, clang as he's moving stuff around and setting stuff away and buttering and shouting at some of the staff. Then he comes walking back out. He's puts one hand down, one arm down on the bar, the other one on his hip as he sort of leans forward. He says, "So, want to hear about Kriegsland? That's a dangerous place to want to travel to."
Very true. Very true. But me and my colleagues, I would say, we have an errand to run that involves us going there. Do you have any advice or any tips for us while we go on our trip?
Andy, hun, aren't you from there?
I am.
Maybe you should go with them. And as for this guy, he talks about it so much, I'd be surprised if he didn't have some information for you guys.
Well, I would if you're,
Aaron's
looking
just
to
gonna
get
smile.
some. If you're looking to get some, how do you say, revenge, then I'd be more than willing.
You were saying?
Aaron just smiles as he listens to everyone talk about revenge and walking around in there. He just says, "Guard yourselves well when you wander within those borders. For there is a dark god that guards that town. And while you may or may not run into him, it is very wise to not meddle in his private affairs, for he is very protective of those that he finds within his favor."
Protective? Huh. That's one way. That's one way to say how we treated our queen the last time they talked.
What was their name again? As Alva will pull out like a small piece of paper and a pen. What was the name that you mentioned? I'm so sorry.
The land or the god? Because we don't.
The gods.
Oh. Do you happen to remember, Baron? Unfortunately, after the queen.
He's going to frown as he just sort of takes a step back. He says, I do know the name, but it is a danger to even speak it. I dare not do so.
Oh, you and your superstitions. Now, y'all said you just blew into town, right? Like, and apparently you're off to Craigsland. Do y'all need anything? I mean, yeah, market's next door. But we also have some spare. I mean, we could spare some rations.
Oh, are you sure? We wouldn't want to put you out.
Baron, can we get a few of our finest rations put together for these guys? If they are heading off on a dangerous journey, they might as well have some good food.
Oh, you guys are too kind. Thank you so much.
And just gonna wander back into the kitchen, and you hear pots and pans clanging around again.
And while we get that all set up, how about we move over to the library?
Okay. Who is doing the library?
We have
Me, Emily, and Bob.
yeah.
Okay. There was a picture of the goddess of balance outside of it, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The bulk of the library on the outside is mostly made of white marble. And you do see a lot of symbols carved into the stone of the library itself that are symbols of knowledge within the world. Symbols of knowledge, symbols of balance. There's one or two that have to do with justice itself. And as you walk through the doors, they're heavy, solid oak doors that are sort of a blackish wood. As you walk through them, you will hear them just like creak open, and your footsteps will heavily resonate on this stone floor. And just before you are just bookcase after bookcase after bookcase of just all sorts of books. And towards the front, you can see some of the newer looking stuff, but like way off towards the back corner, and sort of like a uh, roped off section of like in a corner of sorts. You'll see just like this. It's kind of wrapped around a tower of sorts. It has a spiraling staircase around it. And that whole area is kind of sectioned off with rope, like this velvet rope. But you see just these really old looking tomes on this library and this section of the library. And then and that's off to your left. And then towards your right, you'll see like a sort of welcome desk. And there's this gentleman standing there, and he's got these wire rimmed glasses on, and his his clothes are the standard black and white, like everything else around here. Black suit, black pants, but white shirt, and he's got like a ascot on, and he's just adjusting his glasses, writing notes, flipping through a couple more books, and just kind of in his own little world as he stands there at the desk. Doesn't even see them come in. Doesn't matter how heavily their footsteps resonate. Like, he does not hear them at all. He is just focused.
And tiny little, like, You wouldn't even really know she was there if she didn't speak up. And she's kind of just poking the librarian in his elbow. Guest, we have guests. Finally, come on, out, come on.
And he looks up. Huh? What? I told you not to bother. Oh, hello. Hi. What can I do for you?
Kahuna's just gonna be looking around the library. She has you know how in anime how their eyes get really big and sparkly and it just sparkles. She's just glancing at everything like oh, I love this, sees the restricted area. I like that. Eyes the guard, please stay. No, okay. She's just in her own little paradise and is slightly annoyed at this little person for waking up the once probably not paying attention guy, but that's not important.
As Emily kind of just looks at the librarian. First off, Gator Boy here. Any recommendations for a, I don't know, reluctant reader? She's kind of just sitting there looking at Bob. She's just standing there looking at Bob like, I'm gonna get you into a book.
Kahuna kind of glances over at Emily and just kind of whispers, I don't think he's ever read Sugar.
So a child.
On hearing this, the librarian just like clears his throat and he just points to the kids section. Over there.
Hey Bob, I think I found your section.
Bob's just gonna walk up to the librarian. You have any books on any druidic rituals and knowledges and things like that?
Never mind, we stand corrected. Okay.
Now, granted, it's not black and white, but there you go. That's what he looks like.
Anyone else
He-
seeing my
hearing the little "we stand corrected," Bob just turns to Kahuna. Bob is ignorant, not dumb.
Why, Sugar, I never called you dumb. I just politely assumed you didn't like to read based on your much more hands-on approach. Never did say you wasn't a reader. Just it didn't look like you read. But you know what? I stand corrected. You proved me wrong. Good for you. Well, surprised you're not going for the cookbooks, but to each their own, Sugar.
Bob already know how to cook.
He's gonna look at the librarian. Also, I need books and maps on that kingdom. And she gives him a look that he knows. He knows which kingdom she means. And the librarian
He's just gonna kind of tighten his grip on the book that he's currently holding, and you see his fingers kind of imprint on there as he's just like, that kingdom? Are you sure?
These folk, a couple of others that are currently hanging out with Rosella and Baron at the tavern, are off to help Mother with a situation. They might as well have a few maps and know what they're getting into. She's just looking at him like, I dare you to say something now. While the library assistant is kind of just going, what?
He sighs as he puts down the books and he just takes off his glasses and sets them on top of the books as you hear him walk off. And you see him walk into the restricted section and walks his way up the staircase towards like almost the top. And you see him look through a couple of books and kind of just like wave his fingers in that sort of, you know how anyone who's been to is familiar with going to books are kind of just like, okay, looking, no. Ah, here it is. That's what he's doing. And he grabs like 3 or 4 books off of the shelves and puts them into his arm. He comes back down the staircase and walks over back to the desk and holds them out to Emily specifically. He's like, I'm not giving these to anyone else but you.
She takes them and tucks them away in her bag. We'll have plenty of time to look at those on the road. Thank you. Tell the missus I said hi. And, don't be so hard on the little one. She was just trying to get your attention.
You
Also,
see
he's
his face sort of looks like kind of switch between wanting to give her a sour look and trying his best not to because he knows he can't.
She gives him a look. Now, I believe our gator friend here asked for something about, did you say the druidic rituals?
Bob a voodoo man, but Bob keep getting confused with thing called shaman and or druid, so I'm trying to find druid rituals and things I had to see what it like.
She just looks back to the librarian like, are you gonna help him?
He picks up his glasses and puts them back on. Seems to actually enjoy this part. He's like, yes, right this way. And he walks off to a different section off to the right. He motions for Bob to follow him as he does.
Sorry, what was that, Rumple?
The librarian is much, much happier about this assignment as he puts his glasses back on and walks off to his right as he motions for Bob to follow him.
Bob will follow.
Walk away. Emily's just gonna look to Kahuna. So, you said you enjoy a good book.
Honey, I feel like I'm where I'm meant to be. Now, there's so many. Now that dark, shadowy place over there. You know, the area where the light doesn't touch. What's that about? Curiosity killed the cat, I know, but
That has to be our section on our enemies, what bits we know about them. Most of that is not actually about the place you're going. He handed me all the books on those. But I think you were talking about romance the other night.
oh yes, sugar, I do love a good romance. There's just so many ways for it to go right, and so many ways for it to go wrong. But that's beside the point. I do love a good romance story.
She walks over to a shelf, grabs a book off the shelf, and hands it to Kahuna.
Ooh, what's this one, sugar?
It's one of my more favorite romance type books.
Oh? What do you mean by favorite romance?
Okay, maybe I read a little bit. Just a little bit.
Now, sugar, you don't gotta hide behind a shield and armor around me. Just because I look like a fine lady don't mean I don't play dirty.
Meanwhile, what are the boys up to? Sorry, I had to have that moment between Kahuna and Emily, though.
I consider that it was needed. So the librarian's going to lead Bob to this section of books that they look worn, but they're not exactly old or ancient or anything. Not like the books that he handed Emily. They're just sort of well used. And he'll point at like dang it, Billy. He'll point at one or two books, and you can it seems like a set volume, a set of volumes that are there's like four of them there, they're all green on the outside. The one place that does have some color is pretty much the entire library.
Thank you, Via. Thank you so much for the
Various
raid.
forms of color.
So I'm just going to read this out real quick.
He points at these books, and they're green on the outside, and there's runes on them that are sort of inscribed in like a goldish color. Can read Druidic.
Rumple, did you not look at his character sheet?
I did not.
Druidic. He is a druid.
I can read and speak Common, Draconic, Sylvan, and Druid.
Y'all, we just got a raid, by the way, so fair warning. We just got a bunch of people from another stream coming in.
Yay, that's awesome. Fantastic. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Welcome in.
meet?
We're mid.
Welcome to the chaos.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, he's going to point at this volume set, as Bob looks at them, kind of like the best way to describe it is if you've seen the Percy Jackson series, how like when they look at the letters that are in Greek, how it sort of like scrambles and merges into a language that their brain actually understands.
The non-dyslexic thing. Yep.
That's how it does for Bob, where he'll be able to read it more clearly. And he sees that each name there's someone's name inscribed on there, and it just says that person's name, and it says travel logs underneath it.
What's the policy on these books?
The librarian looks at him. He says, "You can read them here, or I can let you rent them. But it'll be 5 gold a week. And if they get damaged, I will charge you double that until they are repaid."
Bob just casually pulls out his coin pouch and tosses him 250 gold.
Okay. He just tucks the coin pouch away and he motions at the books.
Bob will take the books very cautiously and put them in that fancy bag he was given.
All right. What is Bob gonna do next?
He will then simply bow to the librarian, thank you for your time, and start making his way back to the ladies.
And meanwhile, Kahuna and Emily have been talking about romances and like their favorite bits and pieces of it, and she's just kind of she's laughing at this point. Kahuna said something that made her laugh.
So you have a steamier side to you, don't you, sugar?
Okay, maybe just a little bit. She immediately straightens up seeing Bob. Did you get everything you needed?
Bob happy, librarian happy, everybody happy.
She's gonna turn to the librarian. you know how this works for me. Mom will be in touch with my rent money as needed.
He sort of just waves that off as like, yeah, I don't care.
Shall we join the others in the tavern and then go shopping for our stuff?
Certainly, sugar. Best not to keep those. Best not to keep our friends waiting. Who knows what they'll do without us ladies and scary gator men to keep them in line, I guess.
Well, let's head over. Bob, I know what you did to the guard when they said something to you. Please try not to do that in the tavern. Rosella is a close friend of mine, but she's still... reptiles do freak her out.
As long as you show Bob decent respect, Bob will be on his best behavior.
She'll again nod to the librarian and walk away.
Kahuna will nod and quickly scamper after Emily and start whispering in her ear all the little stories and little funny bits about the book, like, so how steamy are we thinking here?
He goes beat red. She just beat red in the face at this point. Meanwhile, at the tavern, Rosella has gotten Baron to finally accept the fact that, yes, they are giving away the rations. There is not going to be money exchanged.
He is not happy about this at all. He is grumbling up a fit as he is packing up the baskets and handing them out to people. He's just
As Rosella will turn
a
to
couple things.
As Rosella will turn to Andy specifically. Now, you know how to reach me if you need me. Just be careful. Do make sure that your voice mod thing isn't muted if you're trying to answer me, by the way, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah. No, she's just worried about Andy's safety at this point, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'll be fine. Don't worry.
You better be. I like my live entertainment in my tavern.
Live entertainment.
I'll be back as
Just
soon as the quest ends. Don't you worry.
She simply smiles and nods before looking to Baron. And no, your brother cannot come and play on our stage. I'm still trying to clean up from the last time he was here.
Yes, but it was a good time. We had fun. It was...
There was cake all over my walls. I'm still trying to figure out how he got the fully baked brownies to stick to the ceiling.
Throw it hard enough. You throw anything hard enough, it will stick.
I can hear Bob laughing over there, knowing exactly what I'm trying to reference.
Pelly, that is brilliant. Thank
Dear God, what did Pelly do?
Ellie, what did you do?
you. Pelly said, "Man, first pancakes, now brownies."
I'm sorry, what I'm referencing is just as crazy as what I'm doing with it.
Yes.
My point at this point, Rosella will immediately turn back around. And another thing, Andy, don't get eaten.
Oh.
Yes, I'm looking at you, Fairy Dragon.
I'll do my best not to.
She gives him a gentle, like, one-armed hug before looking around at the rest of the group. So, and of course, as soon as Bob walks in, she stops. There's a gator. There's a gator. Okay.
Oh, Bob, wait up! Frickin' gator running too fast. Move aside, sugar. Oh, hello.
Is he with you?
Oh, Bob? Oh, but he wouldn't hurt a fly unless you're a guard, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, he's with us. He's with our group. Oh, there you all are. We found our books. What info did you guys get over here?
Albert will kind of smile to the bartender. They are joining us. Yes, on our journey they will be. The gator. Oh my God, I completely spaced on what.
Bob.
No, Bob's the gator. I forgot what you were. I'm so sorry.
She seems
And
human. She's human.
Kuna. Kuna and the rest of them. Yes.
Baron, we're gonna need a few more rations. I'm going to, and she doesn't do anything rude. She just politely steps away from Bob.
Bob, in response to seeing her step away, just places his pot on the ground.
Sugar, why'd you put your pot down?
Yo, Ghost Hat, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the rave.
Can I get any of y'all first timers any drinks at all?
Also, Hidden Tracy, thank you so much. Welcome in. Hey, Tracy, thank you so much for the thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the rave.
As Emily's gonna look at Baron. So, did I hear something about brownies on the ceiling again?
He smirks. And he just gives her
they
a
weren't. They were talking
smile and kind of
about.
just turns and walks off.
They said the brownies were on the walls, not the ceiling.
It was cakes on the walls and the brownies on the ceilings. You're thinking of what I'm trying to reference where they went to the walls. I'm trying to make it ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm sorry. I love this inside joke. I'm sorry. But Rosella just goes back to helping Baron like put the rations together. She's taking over doing it because Gator's in the room and she needs something to do so she doesn't scream.
Baron sees that she's kind of scared of him and scared of Bob. And what does he do but kind of picks her up and sort of pushes her in the general direction of Bob.
No, don't you do that, Baron! You were saying, Pelly?
No, I didn't mean to scream. I just heard you shout and I was...
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at Rumple, or rather Baron, for picking me up.
Oh, sugar, if you wanted to meet Bob, this is, a friend? I don't know. I think she might be scared of you, sugar. I think you gotta be less teethy, more, what, like a puppy dog? Like a swamp puppy. Yeah, you gotta be like a swamp puppy.
Right.
Bob's a gator. Unfortunately, Teethy's kind of part of the Bob. Howdy, ma'am. We'll then just turn to the barkeep that is obviously nervous and just sort of slightly nod his head and just pop the top off and just be like, "You look hungry. Want a meal?"
And her never having seen jambalaya in her life. What is that?
Good soul food. It's called jambalaya. Give it a try.
Hold on to Baron to get a bowl from the back.
Baron kind of smiles mischievously, wanting to tease her a little bit more. He's like, "Are you sure? I hear sometimes they put worms and things in there."
She looks at him knowing at this point that he's just like screwing with her. Baron, don't make me get the cast iron skillet again.
He'll frown and rub his head from where she hit him last time as he just mutters again. Party pooper. Walks into the kitchen.
Rosella's gonna turn her attention again, kind of to Andy and Matori. Okay, so I've got your favorite drinks packed up, Andy. Are you sure you don't want anything, hun?
Who, me? No, sugar, I'm A-okay.
I think she meant me, but. And as for myself, I'm completely fine. But may I ask, for the rations you are giving us, may I ask how much that will cost?
No. No cost. It's no cost to you guys. You guys are heading off into a dangerous land. And, I would like to see my friend here return to my stage alive. But if anything does happen, I think you'll find that food's pretty good for a final meal. Should it be that?
And this time, Baron's going to return and slam the bowl back onto the counter. And just frown at the mention of this kingdom.
Again.
I don't like it there. He's weird.
Do remember, that's where our dear friend Andy here came from.
Yes, I remember. Doesn't change the fact. The god is weird. Walks off.
Yes, I did
Now,
escape
hold
there,
on
and
there,
I
sugar.
do want out.
Sometimes
Baron's
there's
gonna sigh and look at your character, Pelly. I can't remember her name.
Kahuna.
What is it?
Kahuna. Okay, he's gonna turn and he's gonna look at Kahuna. What?
You keep saying, God, but not a big deal. All of y'all just seem to not like this other kingdom, and no one really has given us a reason other than this place is a balanceful and the other place is a not. What's the word? I guess what's the tea, sugar? What's going on? You all sound like this place is dangerous. If it's dangerous, why are we being sent there for our mission? I guess.
Suppose the queen would pick outsiders to go and handle it, considering every time one of our people keep going over there, they don't come home. As
Yeah.
for why we don't like them, as Andy here can tell you, it is constantly chaos, constantly war. There is no balance whatsoever over there.
There has been no peace for the last 1,000 years. Nor will I imagine will there ever be peace.
isn't that like kind of the main thing where there's balance, there's a chaos? Yeah, what's it called? Yin yang or something like that.
True.
You can't
There's
you can't make a
always
perfect
been
breakfast and not
war.
expect the pancake not to burn on one side.
Well, let's just say this pancake hasn't just been fried. It's been completely obliterated. Burned past the
Duckman?
point of recognition.
Duck, friend. None of us can understand a word you're saying, mate.
Sorry,
Yeah, you might not want to. You might not want to be such a deep baritone. It's kind of hard to understand you being so deep.
Fine. Let's just
Rumble,
say that there's been thousands of years of war, and never will be their peace. And this pancake that you speak of, let's just say it hasn't been cooked. It's been obliterated, burned past the point of recognition. That's how bad this other kingdom is.
Huh. Right then. Kuna's just gonna turn to look at the other group, like eyebrow raised, like, what the hell did we just get ourselves into? It just shrug, like, all right, cool, peachy. We're going somewhere.
Bob just wondering what everyone's problem is with Bob. Bob ain't done nothing wrong to these folk. Why they hate him?
Emily's kind of just looking at Andy, kind of like, wait a minute, you're from there? Because, like, yeah, she's been in the tavern. Yeah, she's met Andy. She didn't know.
Emily, honey, it's not something I like to advertise about myself. If people found out, let's just say, I wouldn't be where I am.
That's fair. You make good music. Anyway, so, I suppose we should all head to market. See if we can't get ourselves some supplies, because we are about to travel through the Wandering Wood, and Abdul.
Well, I guess there's no need to waste any more time. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Berenson and Miss Barkeep.
Rosella.
Hmm?
Rosella, hun.
Rosetta. Oh, that's just the most divine name. I love that. Anyway,
Rosella Hun, that's beautiful.
come on, y'all. We got time's a ticking. We don't got time to waste if we gotta go figure out something with this other kingdom. Let's go. Everyone up. Let's roll.
Bob never got an answer to his question.
What was the question? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Why do people hate Bob? Bob never done nothing to these people.
I mean, I think they just hate others in general. It's been war nonstop between them and other kingdoms. I believe the other kingdom is, oh, Baron Hun, what was it?
Which one, dear? They have a partnered kingdom. I'm not sure if you're talking about that one or a different one.
They've been at war with their partnered kingdom for some time. That's the one I mean. That one's been done.
anymore.
Yes, yes. Something about the gods. Ugh. Anyway, you've got your rations. You've all put them in the. Did they fit in those tiny silk bags?
Bags of holding sugar.
It's been a minute since I've seen one of those. God dang it! I'm starting to slip into a freaking southern accent.
What's the matter, sugar? And Bob, they don't hate you. You're just very tall. Maybe if you lean down and on all fours, you'd be less scary. I don't quite know.
That causes more people to run. They think I'm charging at them like a gator.
I don't know. You can ask the nice lady, though.
He finally
She
takes
seems
a bite.
nervous around Bob.
Then she takes a bite of the jambalaya. Very interesting. And you called this what now? Jambalaya, was it?
That's right. It's good soul food.
Very, very interesting. As you can hear, I'm trying to eat dinner as well. Yeah, so. Huh. Right, well, off y'all go. As she just gives Andy, and I realize that he's not, like, right here to hear it, but she gives Andy another hug before he follows them out as well, so.
Well, right then. Emily, where's this market you speak of?
Right, 2 streets down. We are almost there, actually. Actually, I think that's where we rounded y'all up, wasn't it?
We're at the gates, and the army came, and you did as well, I believe, right?
Yeah, so, right this way. As, you enter the bustling market now, and there are people shouting everywhere. There's one that's like, sugar dates and figs, sugar dates and figs and pistachios. Ruffle, please tell me you got what I was doing.
I got the
Continue.
reference.
There's just all kinds of little shops all over this black and white, mind you, most of them, market.
So what are we looking for?
Well, yeah. You have to ask that as I have a noodle in my mouth.
You have great timing. What do you want from me?
I love you, Pelly. Okay, but so real quick to catch Andy up because he did disappear for a second. Andy left the tavern with these guys. You guys are now in the market. There was specifically several calling out for sugar, dates, figs, and pistachios. But Emily will turn to Kahuna. Basically anything we can use on our trip that we don't already have. After all, we are about to enter a warring kingdom.
Not quite sure what that would be, sugar.
Well, for starters, we're definitely going to need some kind of shelter to sleep in every night.
True. Very true.
I do believe Salvara also did bring up a very good point that some potions might be a good idea. I mean, it could be almost anything.
Right.
Maybe some new clothes, because isn't that the outfit you wore last night as well?
What's wrong with my outfit, sugar? It's quite one of a kind. Besides, you had Mr. Holden. Any clothing will be his thing. I think he needs to set up shop, though, right? She glances over at Holden like, You did want to set up a shop, though, right?
Sniper, you still there?
Yeah,
Sniper.
sorry about that.
Sniper.
Can I be heard? Hello?
Hello.
Yep,
There
there you are. Hi.
Sorry for a moment. Shit, it just broke down in my house. So,
Hey,
where were we at?
So,
I didn't have my headphones on. I'm sorry.
Pelly,
um,
Kahuna just asked if he wanted to set up shop because they did just get into the marketplace.
Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that'll be fine by me. Right here will be fine.
Well, while you sell your stuff, Kahuna, honey, I
Yes.
I would at least like to show you a few of our newer fashions if you would let me.
Oh, of course, sugar. I'm down to look for anything to look at least a bit more modest.
We can definitely pull that. Bob, if you wanted to try to sell some jambalaya or what was that other thing you said you could make? Gumbo? I don't think some of these people would mind.
I got plenty of jambalaya left over for a quick sale here and there, but I don't got no ingredients for gumbo, so I'll just sit up somewhere, sell some stuff, check out what there is around here as well.
Specific that you wanted to look at? I'm sorry, I said it twice now. Alvra?
Yes, actually. Being out in the sunlight kind of hurts my eyes. I was hoping we might be able to look at some shops, see if they have any goggles or something that might be able to help me see a little bit better if we're going to be out in the open a lot.
Why, Mr. Tinkers is just down the street here. You'll find him in the gears looking stall there. He makes quite fine little things. He might be able to help you with that. Matori, was there, or Older Boy, was there anything for you?
Sorry, not realizing his name was is Boulder Boy. He's just looking around and wondering what everything is, and then realizing that what's her face was
Emily.
looking, yeah, that Emily was looking at him. He was like, "Sorry, what? Sorry, what? I did not hear what you were saying."
Was
And
there
who
any?
is Boulder Boy?
Sorry, I kind of assumed that was your name because that's what Bob calls you. Was there anything that you were looking for in particular?
Not really, but I might search around, see what I can find.
And Emily then looks at Andy, and I know you are immediately heading down to the tuner shop to get that thing tuned, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
Right.
Mhm.
So meet back here in about 2 hours.
Sounds good.
Fine by me.
Don't bother me one bit.
Great. As she immediately takes Kahuna's hand and runs off to the clothing shop.
Oh, hold on. Wow. Aren't you as wild as a free horse? All right, let's go.
So what is everyone else doing now that we've done those two kind of just running?
Well, Andy walks down to the music shop where he starts not only looking at getting his lyre tuned, but he starts looking at the other instruments that they sell.
I will handle your shop in just a minute. Promise. Let's just see what other people are doing first. Ash.
She's gonna head to the Mr. Tinker's shop that Emily had mentioned.
Sorry, there was supposed to be a question mark at the end of that. Sorry, Rumple. Holden, I think we said that he was already setting up shop.
Yep.
And then what's Bob doing?
Well, first and foremost, what Bob's going to do is he's going to look around at other food stalls that are doing sort of ready-made meals, as it were, ready to go, and check the prices.
Several of them are only like a silver here. Maybe 3 silvers there. And none of it does.
There's 1 or 2 that might be a couple copper. Some of the like quick, simple dishes. The more deluxe stuff generally ranges in a silver.
Mind you, while Bob is looking around, he is going to notice that there are several small children who, while everyone else in the city kind of seems to be doing great, wonderful black and white outfits from dresses to pants to, anything. These children, they look more dirty, more like there's tears in their clothes. They look like they're hungry. Like they've gotten the worst end of the stick, as it were.
Bob's going to take notice of them. Hey, little ones, come over here a second. I want to talk with
you. A brother and a sister, maybe 7, 9 years old. A little nervous because, big gator dude. Start walking over. I will
Once they're in front of him, he's going to drop down onto his sort of knee, try and, lower himself so he's as close to eye level as he can get comfortably. What's your names?
Hold on. They call me Vanessa. Rumble, I believe the other one is yours.
Oh, the other one's mine?
Yeah.
They don't give me a name.
Kelly just did.
I see that. I guess you could call me Patrick. I really don't care.
Well now, Nessa, Patrick, Bob's name is Bob. Bob might have a job for you. What'd you say?
Job for us?
Yep. Bob needs a spot to put his pot down and some wood to maybe heat it up again. And for payment, whether it is a pot already made or you go get some wood for me to put down and light up again, I'll give you 1 gold each and a free pot of jambalaya.
Vanessa's eyes are wide.
Patrick is, as the older one, he's incredibly skeptic of this. And he's just gonna look at Bob and he's gonna reach out and poke him. Like, are you real?
You don't think we're hallucinating from hunger again, do you, Patrick?
It's entirely possible.
Bob will pull out the 2 coins he's offering and place one in each of the kids' hands.
Patrick takes it and bites it just to check and see if it's real gold or not.
Think you're hallucinating now?
As soon as he tastes it and he's able to, he can tell that, oh, okay, this is real metal. His eyes will get big as well, and he's just like, okay, we'll help.
Like I said, it is a spot where I can put my pot down. It's already got wood underneath it for me to light up and heat up. I won't spread this around the town. But ones like you, though, the ones that are hungry all the time. Food's free.
Vanessa's already running down the street, pointing to an empty spot where there used to be a stall.
Well, now the voodoo provide and the voodoo give it. Bob will walk over to the spot and place his pot down. What's the general area looking like?
I'd say it's about a 3x3 stall, maybe about 10 foot tall ish. As for people, most of them seem like the type that they're well off.
And there is already a little bundle of like wood there ready for me to light up, or is that still needing to be sourced?
That would still need to be sourced.
Yeah. I feel like Patrick would be better at that.
Probably. I will say, some of the more classy looking people, as they pass by Bob, they kind of just turn up their nose at him, like, and just walk off. Like, they don't even give him a second glance. Some of the more middle class people, like, they kind of glance at it curiously. You see a couple of them just like, smells good as they walk on. But a lot of the more classy people just walk past him altogether. Like, don't even seem to. And a couple seem to be offended by his existence altogether. Like, 1 or 2 of them will give him the exact same looks that the guard gave him.
So right now the pot's going away. It's nice and hot. Food's cooked. Yeah, food's reheated up and everything.
You still need the wood. So
You still need the wood, but I mean, if you open the pot, the scent's still gonna. Even cold jambalaya still passes a scent into the air, and you got a good little wind going. So it'll. You've been in a wind tunnel. You know how quickly in a scenario like this, the wind rushing through that area can pick up a smell and carry it.
All right. Bob will look at Patrick. Now, Patrick, Vanessa found me this spot, so you best supply the wood like I asked you kindly. The food's still free though, so go get that wood and it'll be nice and hot. Don't think you want no cold food now.
Patrick just nods and runs off. And you see him run over to another abandoned stall and just grab a few pieces of wood from it, kind of just like break it apart and walk over and hand it to Bob.
excuse me.
Thank you kindly, Patrick. Thank you kindly. He will take the bits of wood and place them underneath his pot and light it up. Let it heat away.
And while that is heating, the minute Andy enters the tuner shop, he just hears, "Well, Andy, I ain't seen you in a minute. Where you been?" As the shop owner
down at the tavern.
Rosella's treating you nicely, I hope, as she's shining this harmonica.
Oh, she's been treating me real nice.
So what can I do you for today?
Well, well, she was yelling at me to get the guitar tuned, so here you go. And I hand her the guitar, and oh, that's a mighty fine looking bass you got hanging up on the wall there.
It's one of Roland's best works. Unfortunately, he's not at the shop to offer you any kind of details on it. All I know is that he said sell it for about, I think he said 2 gold pieces.
Well, we were given that much at least, and I have that much from tips from the performances that I've done, so mind if I give it a quick test run before I, purchase it?
Real quick, Duck, I don't know if the stream can hear you. I can understand you because I've been dealing with, this voice for a little bit, but you've gotten quiet again. So.
Okay. Noted. Give me just 1 second. I can fix that. Okay, how's that?
How is it, Pelly?
Can hear you now. I think it's just when you go like really deep voiced or more baritone, it's hard to pick up.
Okay.
But then
sorry
again,
about
that also could be my ears being as funky as all hell. So.
Sorry about that.
She will nod for him to do the test run as she starts tuning his lyre, and as she usually does, she has it done in a few seconds.
He sits down, and hopefully you don't mind me doing this, DM. Sorry, but I can, so I have the thing.
You know how I get music, though.
He continues playing it for a little bit and decides, yeah, I'll take it.
Alrighty. So with the tune-up, that's 2 gold, 3 silver, as usual. For the tune-up.
Alright, sounds good. Here you go.
She takes the money, puts it away, hands him the case for the bass, and then just nods. So, same time next week as usual, or?
Well, I'm not sure if I'll be here, but I'll definitely be trying to make my usual time.
What do you mean you're not sure? If you're still just down at the tavern, you can always come by.
Well, I'm going with a group of adventurers now. They apparently got a quest to the other kingdom where I'm from. They want my help navigating and such.
Now you be careful. You of all people. God dang it, you guys got me doing a southern accent.
I was wondering how long it would take you to realize you've been severely slipping, but
same here.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Supposed to be 3 southerns here, not 4.
We will slowly turn everyone southern.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
Anyway, now you be careful. You of all people know how bad that land is. Why are you going back? I get that adventurers are gonna need help, but don't they got the maps?
They got the maps,
surely.
but they don't know the region like I do. Those maps, as you damn know, don't tell the whole story now.
Just be careful, okay?
Oh, I will be.
Rumple, do you want to handle Ash's little thing?
Of course. Give me a second. As she walks into the shop, and she's gonna see this like halfling that's just kind of sitting on a stool with this grin of someone who should not be anywhere near any of this stuff. absolutely a pyromaniac grin as they've got this blowtorch and they're just welding something. And you can hear just like sort of this as they're going at it.
She stops and observes for. Oh, I'm just.
Go ahead, continue.
She just stops and observes him for a little bit, and when it seems like it'd be less dangerous to get his attention, she excuse me, sir.
He goes as he catches the blowtorch just right where it throws like some sparks and smoke. And you see him just like sort of wave it all away. What do you want?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to trouble you, but I was wondering, would you happen to have a pair of goggles or something that would make the sunlight not so harsh for somebody with well, somebody like me?
He keeps waving the smoke away. Yes, yes, fine. I can help you. What color were you looking for?
Um, black or red? That should work fine for me.
You see him like reach up and grab one of those little trapeze like things as he just like swings himself over the counter and drops down in front of her. And as a halfling, he's not even remotely close to as tall as her. He would just come up to her knees because she's an elf, right? A drow.
Yeah, she's a drow elf. She's 6'5".
Yeah, no, he's like just barely coming to her knees. So he'll like stop, like frown up at her, like mutter something about stupid tall people as he just patters off.
She kind of stumbles a little bit before squatting down politely. She's not trying to be rude to him, but she's trying to meet him eye to eye.
And you see him scramble off to one of the cases on the side, and he'll like clamber up this ladder and pull open the glass case, and he points at like 2 or 3 different goggle pairs. And there's a red one like she wanted. There's also a sort of a more maroon color. There's one that's tinted black. There's also like a blue one. There's a green one. It's pretty much all the colors of the rainbow, and a couple of others are sitting there.
Oh, and sorry, I forgot about the push talk. She'll reach over and she'll grab the maroon pair and kind of try them on and see how they feel. Oh, these are lovely.
As she
How much?
puts them on,
Hmm.
she'll feel like for a second, pretty much everything gets a red tint to it, and then it'll sort of adjust to her eyes. And now, while the light is filtered through them, it still has a slight reddish tint. It's more of a slight hint. It's not like looking through rose-colored glasses or anything. It's just more of a slight filter, and her eyes will definitely feel like much more relaxed and not so strained by the light anymore.
She gives a soft sigh of almost relief as she reaches up underneath the goggles and kind of rubs her eyes a little bit before slipping them back over. Oh, this is the most comfortable I've been since I've been to the surface. How much for a pair of these?
You see him pull out a pocket watch and check it, and look at her, look at the watch again, look back at her, and look back at the watch. Just like kind of does that for like a couple of minutes, just back and forth. He snaps the pocket watch closed. First customer of the day. Calculates in his head for a second. 10 gold.
I'm so sorry it cut real quick. How much?
10 gold.
10 gold. She'll reach into her bag of holding and she'll pull out 20 as she grabs a pair of the black ones and slips them into her bag. Oh, thank you so much. And I'll grab a backup pair just in case I need them. I do have another question if you wouldn't mind.
His eyes just grow big as he sees all the gold and he takes it. He's just like, shiny gold, shiny gold. And then he looks back at her. Yes.
Is there a shop or anything around here where I might be able to procure some potions or maybe even a magic item or two? Anything like that?
He'll nod and walks over to his counter, and you see him like walk up some steps and grab some paper and pick up a quill pen and scribble something out, and then he holds the paper out to her with directions to the shop that she's looking for.
She'll take the paper very gingerly and kind of look it over. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate this. And she'll reach into her bag of holding and pull out another 2 gold and hand it to him. Thank you so much for all your help. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
As she looks it over, she'll notice that it says 3 stalls down and on the left.
Okay, 3 stalls down and on the left. Got it. Thank you again so much for everything. I really appreciate it. Okay, and she just kind of awkwardly gives a little wave as she starts to head for the door and walks out.
So, well, all that's been happening. Emily has brought Kahuna to not even just a stall. There is a huge shop. It's a big shop. There's actually
my.
doors through it.
Well, ain't this a beaut? All right. You caught me intrigued. As long as it's whatever we're looking at goes along with the amulet, girl. Family heirloom, very important. But I'll bite. You got me hook, line, and sinker. Let's check out this fashion of yours.
I think you'll like some of it. She walks in, and mind you, the minute she's in, hold on a second. Yo, Mr. Thompson, you in here?
You just had to ask a question when I had something in my mouth. Give me a second.
Okay, that makes 3 people who have been eating on stream that I'm aware of.
I like how this is all hilarious to me because I'm just sitting here and listening into all of this.
For the second, I have an NPC coming your way. No.
I know. I had a thing.
You are
No. But Bob is technically within hearing range for some of this too. So he's hearing a lot of this. Bob is lurking.
That's not
Like
Bob.
he
That's
always
Holden.
does.
Sniper is Holden, remember?
Right. Well, I'm talking about he's got the stall though. So yes, Holden is lurking, but Bob is lurking too.
As for that 4, no, it's still only 3. It's me, Rumble, and you, my dude. But
as she calls for him, you'll see just this. And out of everyone that you've run into, this is probably the most normal-looking human that you've run into all day long. Yeah, he kind of looks a little bit like a skinflint. And this older gentleman that's kind of balding, and his nose is sort of long, and he just kind of seems to use it to look down on people as he walks out of the back room, and he's wearing these very, very nice clothes, and he'll give Emily and Kahuna a really just kind, charming smile, despite his overall somewhat scowling appearance. Yes, hello. Welcome to my shop.
My friend here could use a few new outfits for our adventure. I figured you were the one to take her to.
Outfits? What kind of outfits? He says
Oh.
as he just stands there and sort of taps his fingers together like,
How do you do, sugar? My name's Kahuna. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm just looking for a bit more of a better suited cloak. As you can see, this one's rather tattered. Of course, it is it was from my family, so I would like to keep the material. So, just looking for cloaks, maybe a few more outfits. I didn't really pack for adventure. I just kind of travel.
So, yeah, no, we're about to head off to, you know where, across the sea. So, you know, we need something.
at this comment, you see him just raise an eyebrow, and then he completely goes back to normal face. He smiles charmingly and bows to Kahuna. Yes, of course. I would be happy to help you. And he'll walk around Kahuna, and she like feels some sort of tugging on the cloak, and like he'll stretch it out a little bit. He does the same with her clothes too. Like he'll stretch it out kind of and like tug on it and kind of get an idea of the dimensions of her
Kahuna will
overall
just
size.
Kahuna will go stock still and all of a sudden just pose like she's done this a million times before. Have someone quote unquote feel her up for her outfit and look, and she just looks not really bothered but more annoyed and such.
He'll just keep tugging and stretching and trying to figure out clothes dimensions and like kind of tugging at the sleeves like, okay, I need to add on this much material, or I could cut this back a little bit. All of that fun stuff.
It's also very important, Sugar, that it she will 1 second, I just took a photo of this. She'll quietly tug around her neck where there appears to be a collar of some kind on it with a sparkling gem with a gold casing on it, and let me send it. It had there's no, it didn't, crud me.
Ooh, fancy treat.
Oh, it's a mushroom.
No, it's a lotus tree. Kahuna means
Oh,
lotus.
it's a lotus.
It's not my
Okay.
greatest drawing, but yeah.
You anyway, continuing.
So imagine a sparkling pearl crystal-like gem surrounded in a rose gold kind of end plate casting around it, and she'll hold it out and she'll be like, it has to go along with this. Family heirloom. I could never part with it, Sugar.
So basically, like one of those brooches that's like it usually has a gold trim on the outside, and it's like a face carved
Yeah.
onto the inside one. Okay, I know I've seen a lot of those from antiques. Well, and my family's had a couple too. So yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to take this, and you're gonna see his eyes just kind of sparkle and also sort of widen with amazement as he looks at this. Because as someone who's dealt with this stuff from one day to the next, he automatically knows that this is something that's just priceless.
Yes.
And
Oh, do be careful, sugar. I never take it off of my neck.
he'll kind of just like touch it and just kind of like, you can see he's just absolutely amazed at it. And then he just sort of goes back to completely professional face and adjust her collar a little bit to fill out how it needs to go, and then walks off to the back room.
Oh,
Well, he's quite a determined man.
quite. I'm gonna take a look around, try to get us a couple of tents, because I don't think anyone's thinking about that. I'm gonna try to get us some tents and sleeping bags.
Good thinking.
So, you okay if I leave you here with Mr. Thompson? I promise he's a great guy, wonderful guy. Makes all of my
Sugar, if you trust him, I'll trust him. I'll let you know if anything goes wrong, though. Don't worry, you'll hear me holler.
good. As she will slip, she will move to a different part, looking for tents and everything else.
As she looks at the tents, she'll see that there is a variety. 'Cause most of them are made out of like a sort of canvas-like material, and some of them are thicker and more heavy duty. Some are not. Some of them she'll notice are just like a plain, solid white color, and it doesn't seem like they have any sort of special coating, protection on them, anything at all. While a couple of the other ones are they don't smell that good. They kind of have sort of funky smell to them, but you can see the special weatherproof coating on them.
She's gonna look at all of them, and she's not entirely worried about price. She's worried about quality, because everything's gonna go on her mother's tab anyway. So she looks around a little bit before grabbing a few of those with the weather enchantment on them, and just nodding.
As she grabs them, is she wearing gloves or anything?
She would be wearing black gloves. She doesn't take her gloves off often. Elsa much.
Okay.
Right?
As she grabs them, she will notice that a little bit of the weatherproofing, not much, but a little bit of it just kind of sticks to her gloves, and it's not the best smell in the world, but
Ugh. Oh well. Mr. Thompson made these as well as the tents. Now, sleeping bags. As she moves to another section.
she's gonna find a lot of them all of them are really well done. And they keep to the standard of the black and white and of mixing varieties and shapes and colors. Some of the sleeping bags are designed more for a sort of kind of more rectangle like, while some of them are kind of more coffin like in the fact that they junt out more around the shoulders and they kind of just angle down more towards the feet. But pretty much all of them are made out of like this sort of thicker, sort of kind of like a wool fabric, and as she fills them, she can feel that there's like a fiber, like a cotton fiber or something in between it to kind of make it heavier and also warmer.
She'll again look for quality as well as look for one that's sized enough for Big Gator Boy, and eventually grab a few of them.
She's gonna find one that fits everyone except for Holden and Bob. Like there's not really, the people of this kingdom don't generally come in that size, so there's not exactly a bag that's big enough for either one of them.
She'll sigh, but take what she can get at this point before moving back to Kahuna. Okay, tents, sleeping bag, handled.
You got everything you need, sugar?
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab coffee.
Go grab coffee. How's the fitting going? Is everything going okay?
I assume so. He kind of walked back into the back room and hasn't really come out. It's kind of rude to go interrupt a man or any woman working, so I kind of just left him to do his own thing. You can see her just kind of fiddling with her amulet, and she just keeps glancing back and then glances back at you and just shrugs like,
And while we wait for, all of that to go down as well, it is Holden's turn. Sniper, are you with us?
I've been here the entire time.
Sorry.
Nope, I'm just listening in. I'm having fun.
So, anyway.
I'm back.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's probably, it takes a little bit. Like, it's about an hour or longer before Mr. Thompson comes walking back out, and he's got, one arm sort of out in front of him, a lot like the butler normally holds his arm. And you'll see, like, a couple of dresses and a couple pairs of, like, pants and blouses and a couple cloaks, and they're just, like, all draped over his arm as he walks over and holds them all out to Kahuna.
ooh, now aren't these just divine? You really can work your magic. She'll gingerly take each one and examine them like, why, these are better than the clothes made back at home.
And I will say right now that pretty much all of them, like everything else, don't have a whole lot of color to them. And most of as far as the clothes themselves, a lot of them are either, black pants, white shirt, or both black pants, black shirt. Pretty much a lot of that. There is a couple of the cloaks, though. They do have just some touches of color. And as he hands those to her, he'll just smile and wink. I keep some special fabrics around for adventurers.
Ooh. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me, darling. Oh, these are just fun.
As of course, Emily will look to Mr. Thompson. Right. So, here's what I'm getting, so that you know how much to charge the castle.
He'll look it over and kind of just like take notes.
Now, Kahuna, what do you think? I told you, Mr. Thompson's great. Yeah, Holden's doing good on repairs, but Mr. Thompson can't be beat.
You are true there, sugar. Now, we haven't seen any of Holden's work, so I won't put him in second place yet. I will put Mr. Thompson way above the workers back home. They can't sew for the life of them, poor girls. But you definitely got the point he meant, sir. But of course, before I forget, how much do I owe you, sir? A lady must never, ever take without giving back. What shall I give you in return?
He looks completely surprised at this comment. He's just like,
No, 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 no. I was raised that you never just take, you always give back. A deal's a deal. We've made a bargain. You've made me gorgeous outfits, and in return, I must give you something back. Now, of course, all I have on me right now is some gold. Would you like gold? I've got a bit of gold. I've never been good with math. How much do you think I should pay him, Emily? Maybe 100? I think 100's good. Does that sound right?
his face just kind of goes completely white at the mention of 100 gold. He's like, 100 gold?
As Emily's looking at everything, she's looking over everything, and she looks over at him. You know, I'd say 100.
Glorious! And Kahuna will
Push.
Shush. I was not just telling my whole life story. Right. Ah. No. Crap, no.
So as Kahuna gets out this money, you see, because this is like an old man, you see him sort of look at it with wide eyes, and he just faints.
Oh, good heavens. She immediately just throws the clothing into the air and just lunges in a blink of an eye. Should I roll to can I be the first roll to see if I catch him?
Roll acrobatics.
Roll,
I'd say.
I guess roll acrobatics.
Yay!
I mean, that's the one that made sense to me. So
17 plus 1, that's an 18.
All right, you catch him, and you catch him fairly quickly as well. Like his head doesn't hit the floor, like he doesn't get bruised or anything.
Oh, good heavens. Sir? Oh, Emily, I think, oh gosh, Emily, should we call health? Oh my, I don't know healing magic. Sir? Mr. Thompson, you okay, sugar? Emily, what do we do? I think I'm at no, wait, he has a pulse. He's fine. I think.
he's okay. I think he's just apparently he's been undercharged his word. I would have been paying 100 gold for several of my dresses a piece.
Oh dear, what where should we put him, sugar? Light as a feather, too. Oh, I hope he's taking care of himself.
I think there's a couch in his office.
Right, but I dropped the nice way. No, he comes first. I will fix I'll have, if they're ripped, I'll have Holden fix them. Right, come on, let's take him back here. She just easily lifts them up, like, what's the carry? Bridal carry? Fireman carry? And just looks left and right, like, where's his office?
Emily will gladly lead her to the office, as she knows exactly where it is.
Oh my. Here I thought I was making a
walk as I walk into the back room, Emily will be familiar with all of this. She's seen it a million times by now. But to Kahuna, this is all new. But she'll just see like several bookcases of just like bolts of fabric just sort of stacked into there all neatly. And then like off to the side, there's like some larger shelves where there's a whole bunch of leathers piled on top of each other. And like on another shelf, you'll see like all the canvases made for the tents and stuff. And then around the corner, you can sort of see sort of this more warehouse type setup where there's a bunch of different sewing machines that he uses to make the various, and there's a couple of smaller ones for doing the clothes, a couple of bigger ones for like making the tents and stuff. And then they'll also see like some stairs that sort of lead upstairs to the apartments.
upstairs and try to find his bedroom, or just put him on the couch here in his office.
Kuna's gonna look around, do a slow spin, her eyes sparkling. Ooh, now there. Oh, all this. Oh, there's so much to explore. Right. Focus. Let's. It's rather rude to enter someone's room without their permission. Let's put him on the couch.
Agreed.
Here we go. She gently puts him down and then turns to Emily and goes, what do we do now?
Well, we leave the money that he'll have it when he wakes up. Or did he take that he took it?
And you're 100% sure
He
he's
was
not.
holding it, but he would have dropped it when he fainted.
So let's go pick up the mess that is out there. Leave the money with him. I will leave him a note telling him he should charge more. And then we should probably meet back with the others here soon.
As long as he's FK. Oh, I hate to just leave him like this, but maybe I should put an extra 50. I feel bad.
As Kahuna looks around, she's gonna notice that everything's neat and tidy, but it's definitely a place that a bachelor owns as well. Like there's a couple of coffee cups sitting around that he's probably used a couple more times than he should have. And he's got a couple of organized piles of paperwork sitting on his desk.
Emily, I don't think just giving money is gonna be. This man looks like he hasn't gotten out in the sun in ages. Now, I know the sun don't shine here, but honestly, I think he might need, like, a new place altogether. This place just as organized. It worries me, working yourself to the ground. Sounds quite familiar, to be fair, but
I will I will talk to Mom about trying to get him a little more help. Because it looks like he could use a little more help. And
Right.
So, as she's picking up all the outfits for Kahuna at this point, and putting them in Kahuna's little bag.
Oh, right. Money. Let's see. That's 100. There's 100 gold. And should I add an extra 50? Maybe, yeah. You know what? He'll be fine. He'll enjoy that, right?
Keep in mind, unless you complete some quests or something, this is going to be it that you're going to get. So if you give away 150 gold, you're only going to be left with 150 for whatever else you come across.
You know what? Maybe he'll be fine with 100. You know what? I hate to be like that, but he'll be fine, right? He'll be fine.
Okay. So Ashla is left, at least for right now. If she comes back, we'll handle the potions. But I do think, Holden, we haven't got to you yet, have we?
Oh, y'all haven't.
Sorry.
All right.
And we got Bob, too.
Yeah, we still
have me and Bob.
We have to return to Bob's situation with the orphaned urchins. And we have to find out what Matori is looking at. But first, Holden, because I've been trying to get to you. Been trying. I'm sorry. It's hard. But no, this one woman, she's not upper class, barely maybe middle class, kind of walks up to Holden's stall looking at him and looking at what, is there.
Oh, no.
Hey, Sniper.
Hmm?
Most of the stuff that Holden's presented has lots of color in it, correct?
Yes, some of it has a lot of it has color. He does have some black and white like fabrics that he can make into custom made things. Like he has his own little wares that he has built that would fit about almost any normal human and general tabaxi or elves fairly easily.
Okay. So, note for you, Haley, that this lady, she's looking at some very colorful stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of looking at it, and you can tell she likes the color, but she's also kind of clearly afraid to say anything. So,
Just Holden walks up to her very kindly. Howdy, what can I do for you, madam?
someone was saying something about you know how to sew.
Somewhat.
I was wondering if you might take a look at one of my shirts for me.
Sure, I can tailor about anything you need. What's wrong? What's the matter?
She will hand him this very elegant, like, it's not as elegant as some of the upper class. Like I said, she barely classifies for middle class, but it is a very elegant blouse with lace, black lace over the white base. And there's just a bit of a tear both in the lace and the base of it.
How'd you manage this?
I got caught by a wagon one day.
Ah, it happens by the best of us. I can't remember how many times I fixed my own cloak. It shouldn't take me long. Probably a couple minutes at most. Give me
She'll,
one moment.
she will happily nod.
So, like, Holden basically just sits down on the ground, like in a kneeling position, and just starts working very quickly and diligently, right? And by the time he gets almost near to the completion part, he goes, anything you would like to add before I finish up the last part of the stitching?
Not at all. I kind of liked it the way it was.
All right. Holden like finishes it up and just like looks over and says, here you go, madam.
She'll look it over before going, how much do I owe you?
When it comes to repair work's free. Repairs. Everybody needs at least somehow get something repaired at least once in a while.
That is supposed to be a you, not an I, Rumple. Also,
I haven't looked yet. I'll look at that in a second.
okay. I'm sorry. Please repeat that. I'm so sorry. DM chat going.
You're good. Holden just looks at the madam and says, no need. Repairs are free. If it comes down to you have a small rip or tear, it needs to be repaired, that's free of charge. No need to worry about that.
She'll nod before he can see that she kind of looks towards Bob's doll, and suddenly there's that look of disgust.
Just Holden looks over towards Bob. Hey, Bob, how's the food over there?
I'm assuming by now, Patrick has brought him what he requested.
Crow. I think we may have lost a crow.
No, I'm still here. I'm just waiting to see if if I've been given what I've been requested.
Yeah, no, Rumble kind of needs to answer. Has Patrick gotten him the wood? Like, has it actually arrived yet? Okay.
Yes. Patrick has gotten him wood.
Does Bob reply to Holden's like question? Crow?
He might be losing him. He might be about to pass out. I don't know.
No, I'm still here. Was just checking inventory for certain things. Yeah, you're gonna see Bob pull out a tinderbox from his bag as he lights up the wood after setting it up and everything, and he looks around hearing the voice and he goes, you just sort of see him wave off to you, Hold, and go, food gone.
Food gone. What dang?
Going, not gone.
Oh, going. Holden just looks over to the madam. Don't let that demeanor fool you, madam. He makes some good food. I was with him yesterday. Last night he cooked up supper for us. And boy, howdy, it was delicious.
I see. Well, thank you for the fix.
No problem.
She's looking over, and yeah, the two children are still there, obviously, kind of just waiting for the food. She's just gonna curtly nod to Holden and walk away.
Just as she nods, Holden just gives a slight nod back and just sits and waits for the next customer.
Well, Rumble, does he get another one before we move to Bob?
Go ahead and move to Bob for now. I'm working on something.
No, mind you, obviously, because he's got food and children are smelling it, several of these little poor street urchins come up towards him, just, interested. They're interested. They're very interested in this. I wonder how many times you can say interested in one fucking sentence.
Is that a challenge?
Once the food is now heated up and everything, Bob will grab a couple of bowls that he may or may not have snuck from the palace.
Oh boy,
Simple wood ones. Scoop a couple of things into them and pass one each to the kids.
you can tell this is Vanessa's first meal in days. Jambalaya gone in like 10 seconds. I won't speak on Patrick because I don't know. Apparently, Rumble is.
Presumably, both the kids are probably just going to devour it like nothing.
Yes, both kids. That Patrick is just going full ham on the food. Like he is shoveling it in and kind of looking hungry. Hungrily. I still can't say it.
Hungrily.
Looking longingly at the pot and that he wants more. That's what I'm going with because I cannot say the other word to save my life. Patrick looks longingly at the pot for more food.
Y'all can get one more bowl, and then y'all get your friends, and they eat up too. In the meantime, I gotta go try and convince these people to have some good soul food now.
Patrick walks over there and immediately just like starts shoveling more into his bowl and kind of does a little bit more than he's supposed to.
Bob will let it slide. He knows they're hungry.
Vanessa actually does kind of as much as she clearly wants more, she's going to set the bowl down and go running off for their friends. So
at least one of them has manners.
Well, one of them has to make up for the other one not.
Rude.
All right.
Upon seeing
Time for the
Vanessa
in-character.
run off, Patrick's just gonna sort of stop and sigh, like, man, I guess I gotta do the proper thing. He'll pick up her bowl and put a little bit into Vanessa's as well, and hold it for her.
All right, time for my sales pitch.
Oh God.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of this fair city. This is a balanced place of black and whites, but there's one thing that's currently out of balance, and I think y'all agree. Right now, it is cold as a witch's tit out. So, here's the thing. I feel like we need to warm ourselves up, not just in body, but in soul. That warmth that goes down to the bone. Why don't you come over here and have some of Bob's fine old jambalaya soul food? It'll be good for you, good for everyone. Only 2 silver or whatever you're willing to part with. Come on now, try a bowl, be happy, be smiley. Everybody's day's better when they got a smile on their face.
Can
I'm sorry,
you give
make
me
people laugh.
Let's do a performance roll for Bob.
Meanwhile, as she running around, Vanessa accidentally bumps into Holden. And mind you, she's still, like, her outfit is definitely not the best.
And that is a 21 off of a 18.
Okay, so despite the fact that people don't really seem to like his overall visage, he's starting to gather a crowd. Like, people are walking over and they're like, that smells good, and looking to try at least a little bit.
Holden, you were gonna say something as well, I think.
Yeah, just Holden just feeling a little tud. It's just like one of his spare legs immediately stops. Oops, one of his legs stop him from falling backwards, and he just looks down. Oh, there, little one. Careful with running around now. Don't want to knock somebody over.
Sorry,
He just gives that small smile. Just
you were saying?
he just Holden gets that small smile as after he says all of that. Now come now, what's making you run all this fast?
Nice gator guy offered food for us and our friends. I'm trying to go get Isabella. She really needs some food.
Go on. And I think I know who you're talking about. That'd be Bob over there. How about this? You go and get her, right? After a while, come on back here and I'll see if I can help you get a little bit more warm. The clothes need to look like they need a good patchwork.
She'll smile and nod before running off.
And then just Holden gives a small little nod and just moves a little bit out of the way.
You were looking at getting potions for the group, right?
Yes, I was. And if there was any magical items around.
Magic items might be scarce in this city. But potions are not. So as you enter that stall that the halfling told you about, you actually find another drow, and she's busy brewing something new, actually. Well, there are plenty of potions on the shelves around her.
Alvaro will walk up and give a small bow, and in deep speech she'll say, hello, sister, how are you?
Oh, hey, sorry. As you know, she's talking back in deep speech while still, stirring the potion. I'm well. How can I help you?
Yes, I am going to be traveling to another country with some companions of mine, and I was wondering if you would happen to have any health potions that I may procure from you.
Yes, just give me 1 second. Can't let this overboil. As she reaches down and bottles up the potion that she was working on, which takes on that red hue of a healing potion.
Oh, no, please don't let me bother. Take as much time as you need.
It was just about done anyway. So you said health potions? I mean, besides the ones I just made as well? I mean, I've got a few. But it depends on
She taps her lip for a second as she kind of counts. The Gator, Southern, Southern, There's 6 of us, if I believe. Am I getting it correct? I'm so sorry. I forgot how many people were there in the party.
I mean, there were 8 invited and 2 have stepped away, so yeah. Six would be, yeah.
Well, there'll be 6 of us, and I'm thinking 2 potions per person might be good. Would you be able to supply us with a dozen?
I will, but that's
Okay.
gonna cost a pretty penny.
How much are we talking exactly?
At least 5 gold for these.
5 gold each?
No, 5 gold for
Hold
the
on.
dozen.
I think it's gonna
Oh,
get
no,
more
my
now.
dear, no, how about I give you 10 gold for, I'll give you 10 gold. No, I will give you 20 gold for 2 dozen. Would that be possible?
I think I can pull that. What were you saying, Rumpel?
Let me check beyond real quick. I want to say that there's actually a set price for healing potions. Also, it's a matter of which one.
Your
Because
most
there's
basic
very
healing potions cost 50 gold.
The most
yeah.
basic. What now?
Yeah, most basic potions cost 50 gold.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, hold on. I think she's under.
Yeah, I way undershot that. Think that's what we just discussed for 2 dozen?
I mean, cheap is nice, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
A
6 would
potion
be
of
my
healing
300, and I've already
without any
spent some.
fancy stuff to it is 50 gold pieces. And if we're talking, if we're talking one of the other ones, I think there's like a.
She's already
Hold
spent
on.
quite a bit, though. We gotta think about that, too. So.
I mean, I could always tell
Potion
the
of
rest of the
healing
party where they can
superior.
get them.
So I guess healing's a potion. Healing greater. So there's not one for a potion of greater healing or superior healing, but I imagine it would just go up 50 for each one. So just a standard one is 50. Middle one is 100, and then the really, really good one is 150 gold. So
So,
if she's
and real quick then. So, are you looking for basic, or premium?
None of us seem like we're that hardy. I think some basic potions would probably be best.
Okay, those are 50 gold each. So,
Hmm. I will purchase 2 myself, and I'll have to send the rest of the party this way. I can't afford much else besides that. I'm so sorry.
yeah, that would be 600 gold.
For two basic ones?
no.
No, 600 gold if you got the full dozen.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, she's just grabbing 2 for herself. She'd love to be able to buy it for everybody else, but yeah, she doesn't have that kind of cash.
She'll nod and hand her 2 potions. Alrighty then. That'll be just 100 gold then. Ow!
And Alvar will hand over the money and give a small bow again. Thank you again so much for this. These will come in very handy.
Absolutely.
And I'll be sure to send some more your way. You'll have plenty of business here very soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to think. Ian, we haven't done yours yet. What's Matori up to? Are you still awake on us?
I'm still here.
Awesome. Okay, so what is Matori doing currently? I know we said he was walking around. Is there anything specific that's caught his interest at all?
So as Matori's walking around, he's talking to himself and he says, like, okay, so one thing I want to try and find is possibly a good bit of flint. And maybe a bit of steel as well. Because if we need to light a fire, then that's a good way to try. Maybe I'll try and get some thatch as well. That's good to light. What else could I get? I have 300 gold. I don't know what I can get for 300 gold.
This one woman, clearly she's not. She lower class, like she's almost as bad as the orphans at this point. It looks like. Did you say you had 300 gold?
Yes.
I know where you can spend that kind of stuff.
And I should trust you. Why?
I mean, I've lived in the city my entire life, and you're clearly new. Hold on.
He then scowls and says so reassuringly, again, I should trust you. Why?
Oh shit, that's a nat 1 on the sleight of hand, so he's gonna notice as one of the other urchins is reaching for that little bag.
He literally grabs the arm with a firm grip and looks at them. Do you think I am stupid? I am not an idiot. Next time, try better, but do not steal from me. Understand?
They whimper and try to run.
And people wonder why I have trust issues. Yes, I know I should try and trust people better, but you know what I'm like. Fine. But if that happens again, my reaction will be exactly the same.
Alright, and you said he's looking for stuff to start a fire kind of thing, right?
Flint, steel, probably a bit of thatch. He was thinking of just trying to get stones and sticks along the way, along the path, because that's usually what you'd have for a fire to keep it in. But for now, I'm just saying he's going to go try and find some flint, steel, and possibly a bit of thatch as well.
He's walking. There is this one spot that just it seems to be a Mod Podge. It seems to have a lot of things.
Maybe this place might have what I'm looking for. And he walks in, or walks to it.
Why, hello. My, you're quite big. How can I help you?
Do you happen to have any flint and steel?
I actually I actually think I do. Let me just go and check real quick. As she rushes off back to the back room and comes out with, several different options for flint and steel. All of it does the same thing. None of it's really special. Some of it looks a little fancy.
Well, I think I'll only be needing one flint and one steel, but I might get two, just in case.
It never hurts to have a backup.
That might actually be right. So, how much will that cost?
So the two basic sets here, that's just gonna be, I think he said 5 silver pieces? Or was it 1 gold? These more fancy sets are about... Okay, I see it.
Hold on.
They're about... Yeah, hold on. Let me get... It's basic flint and steel, Rumple. I don't think it's gonna be that expensive.
No, it's not going to be that expensive. It'd probably actually be cheaper, honestly. Let me look at the Traveler's Pack real quick.
Then again, you have the person here who might be gouging for prices from somebody outside of town. That hurt.
Foreshadowing.
Huh?
So, let's see. A Dungeoneer's Pack holds a tinderbox is only 12 gold.
Okay, she said 3 silver, so...
Yeah, I guess that would be the more expensive part of it. I guess that's close. Sorry, just trying to keep things.
What together?
Yeah. Anyway, continue. Don't mind me. I'm just the crazy goblin here.
You're always the crazy goblin. Anyway, she points to the simpler set. So for these two here, it'd be about 3 silver each. But these more fancy sets are about 1 gold piece each. And these fancy sets, they're like decorated out big time.
Are the fancy ones sort of decorated out in a way, or not so much? Are any of them encased, where if he was wanting to have something that was more waterproofed or weatherproofed, that would be an available option for him?
That is what the fancy ones are, yes. Thank you. Thank you for helping.
What I'm here for. Catch all that, Sniper?
You mean Ian?
Sniper.
What?
Oh yeah, Ian, sorry.
I was gonna say, what?
Yes, confuse the Brit and the Southerner. Good idea,
No,
Rumple.
here's
Great.
the Russian Genasi versus the Southern Trek.
Okay. Ian, the choice
To be fair, and Kelly, you know this, I have had a day.
No, I don't, really. Whatever.
Okay, so before this goes into even more chaos, Rumple, you might know this better
Yes.
than I will. How many silver pieces make up a gold piece?
10.
10. Okay, so if each piece is going for 3 silver,
That's the non-fancy ones. The fancy ones are a single gold piece. Those are the ones that are weatherproofed, which, considering what you're going for, or what you're going to be doing,
might want the weatherproof ones.
Yes.
Okay. In all honesty, I was
Being a
just
nice
going.
DM, I'm helping.
So wait, so just so I know, is the weather box pretty much flint and steel?
It is.
Yes, it's a flint and steel, but it's like I guess it probably encased in like a little wooden case or something, where with like some nice carvings on the outside just to make it look pretty. But you know, it encases it where it won't get wet.
Okay. So Motori just takes 2 gold pieces out of his bag and places them on the table. I'll take 2 of the fancy ones. And do you happen to have any thatch that I could use? Use.
I think so. Give me 2 seconds. As she goes back into the back again, and then brings out some thatch. Which Rumple? What are we looking at price wise here?
You said thatch?
Yes.
Thatch. Remind me what that is?
I'm guessing kindling, fire starter or something.
Oh, right. Yeah. Thatch is like a straw.
It's like a type of straw, something that you'd use to roof a house. And
Right.
some.
Okay.
So considering that this is probably, it's bundled up for adventurers to take with them. So you're looking at like maybe a small little 1 pound bundle that, tightly wound, all that fun stuff. Got a little packaging on it to keep it dry. Um I'd say at least 1 silver apiece.
So how many
Okay.
bundles are you looking for?
I mean, how much do they go for?
It's 1 silver apiece.
I'll take 10. And he places 1 gold piece on the counter.
She will take it and package it up for him. Should have taken that gold. I still think you should have taken the bag of holding, my dude. But
He's alright.
He'll be fine. It's fine.
He's got a friend, so
You got a friend in me.
No.
No.
Alright,
I hate
I'm done.
you guys.
Anyway.
I'm gonna go to all y'all's houses and eat all y'all's food.
Stop it! I like my
You're
food.
always welcome at my house. Anyway, continuing before we run down rabbit trails.
Yes.
So she will help him package it and kind of be like, anything else?
What else do you have here?
Well, due to my own adventures, really, I've got quite a bit of a lot of things.
Yo, Sato, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you
In
so
other words,
much.
It's a curio shop.
Pretty much.
And there you go. There's
if
your
if there
Frosty
was
Tools
any
shout out
way
as well.
that
There you go. Thank you so much for the raid.
Enchanted items existed, it would be here.
Okay.
But they're still rare and hard to find.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, they're always supposed to be rare and hard to find. That's the whole thing about magic items.
Oh, we
But
have
I
another.
digress.
We got another raid, so we got more people listening in. So
Yo, Sato,
But anyway,
how's it
with-
going? It's going really well. Thank you so much for the raid.
so Motori, what else would you be looking for?
Is it possible you have some form of cloth or something I could cover myself with? As in like a cloak, but not a cloak.
You're looking for Well, Mr. Thompson actually just bought out the last of my magic fabrics.
I'm not looking for fancy magic fabrics. Just some form of cloth I can wrap around myself and use as a cloak.
Thank you once again, Sato.
I don't mind if it's fancy or not. Just as long as it's something.
I have a little bit of cotton left over from the last, shall I say, shipment of fabrics this way. Would that work?
Yes, please.
For the entire roll, that would be 1 gold piece.
Pleasure doing business with you. He puts down 1 gold piece. I'm sure that. I think those will be all, though.
As she will happily give him the roll of cotton and go back to doing something in a book with a quill.
And he go back to looking around, and now he thinks, would fishing be available in that area?
Okay. Fishing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be available here because you're in a landlocked city that doesn't really know about the sea. They know some things across the sea. They don't.
No, I mean for on the way, will they be in areas that would contain water with fish, or is this traveling from one place to another? Neither the path does not have any fish.
This kingdom itself would not sell you anything that you need to fish because they do not know of a spot where you would fish.
Would they be able to sell a spear?
Hold on a second. People are messaging me now. Why? Why? What are you doing to me?
Something, many things, everything.
You're popular, Haley. Accept it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm popular. Fuck that. I know. I fucking know
Popular. You're gonna be popular. Da-da-da-da.
You'll have the proper poise when you talk to boys. Little ways to flirt and glance.
Enough for trying to get off subject.
Okay, so, you know what?
Would anyone?
Ian, I'm gonna come back to you on that one, okay?
Okay.
This city seems to have very sheltered, most of it. So, but as for Holden and Bob, little Vanessa comes running back to Bob to get a bowl of jambalaya, but it's not for herself.
Bro, you're up.
What's up, little Nestle?
Can't get Isabella out of the hideout. Trying to get her food.
Where's this hideout of yours?
She'll nod towards a shack away. It's broken down. It's bad. No one should be living in it.
How much is left in the pot, and how many people are there?
There's probably, considering you got a crowd, there's probably about 10 left, and I'd say your pot still got a bit there. A good bit there.
Enough for the 10 and then some?
Yes.
All right. At this point, Bob is going to look people in the eyes. You know what? Last 10 of you, I'm going to do something special. Like I said, when I started this, it was going to be 2 silver a bowl or whatever you're willing to part with. It's 5 copper pieces now. I got a little bit left over, and I want to save some for the kids that desperately need it, you know?
several people will just agree to the price change.
It's cheaper, it gets them through more quickly, and away we go.
But little Nessa's she just runs back to the shack because she's very concerned.
And once those 10 people are gone, Bob will grab a ball, scoop stuff into it, and walk over to the shack with Vanessa. And he will look at Patrick. Keep an eye on my pot. Anyone touches it, let me know. You're in charge of the pot. You protect it.
Temple is away right now, but we will assume that he heard you and it. Yeah.
You hear Bob. Holden just says over to Bob, so Bob pipes up and hears, "Don't worry now. I'll keep an eye on it as well. I'm across the street. Why don't you?"
Thanks, Holden. I'll remember that.
Go on now. I'll be waiting here.
And Bob will take a bowl with him.
Does manage to enter the shack. It's even worse on the inside. There is no way that any of the children are really getting any warmth. What blankets there are worn. And over in the corner, the only spot that could be even slightly warmer than the rest is a small girl, maybe 5 years old. And she is sick. Very sick. She could not get up whatsoever.
Bob's gonna just slowly walk over to Isabel, I believe the name is, correct?
Yes.
He'll walk over slowly and then try and find a spot to sit down next to her that's not gonna be too bad. Just tunk, tunk.
And she kind of looks up. Are you the one Vanessa was talking about?
That fully depends on what she was saying, little one.
I'm trying to think. She said there was some big guy with food.
Bob will put the bowl of hot food down beside her. Not on her, just beside her within her reach. That would be me. Named Bob.
She'll manage to get up and start to eat it just a bit. As a few of the other orphans come in, and they have clearly stolen some better blankets for themselves.
As she try and sits up and everything, Bob's gonna help her up and just easy now. You ain't doing too hot, little firecracker. Take it easy. Let Bob help you.
The urchins that did show up with the blankets are gonna put the blankets close to her so that they can, when he leaves, put them on her, since several of them are very clearly very fancy blankets from Mr. Thompson's shop. Oh yes, Kahuna probably would have seen them leaving, but she probably wouldn't have realized that they stole the blankets.
Oh, look at all those little munchkins go. They must. And also, oh, how sweet Mr. Thompson's up and at 'em, giving away those blankets. Do.
Probably. Although she might have followed him. So, that is up to you, though, whether Kahuna...
I mean, She probably pointed out to Emily, and then Emily probably would respond, Mr. Thompson's still out cold. And then it became oh, okay, let's follow. Hey, kids, do keep take. Oh, hi, Bob. Oh, no.
So he would be arriving right about the time that he gets Isabella sat up to eat.
Well, this is just, oh my. Emily? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing it. I knew things got bad. I didn't realize they were this bad. As mind you, Isabella is still trying to eat, as most of the urchins are very scared because this is the princess in front of them and they just stole.
Bob, how's the little one doing?
Would I need to roll a medicine check to do an in-depth check on how she's actually doing, or could I just tell just by looking?
I mean, you can tell she's been sick for a while at this point. To see what's fully wrong, I would require a medicine check. Fair warning to chat, I am very, the kid's not doing well and it's not a pleasant reason why. Fair warning to the chat on Twitch.
Noted.
27, not 20.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
TOS incoming, graphic scene incoming, prepare your ears.
Anyone who doesn't really want to hear anything somewhat graphic, please cover your ears at this point. I'm going to try to be gentle because it is a child, but...
I am going to, for all those in stream right now, I know this is going to be, I know that you're wanting to hear this. I'm going to mute this just in case there is any sort of chance of TOS happening. So you're now muted. Go ahead.
Holden over here. We're gonna put a pin in one mission. This is a lot more important than whatever the hell we were about to do. Right? Right. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna go find Andy because, like I said, he can slip past the guards without them knowing.
Cool. Right is right. Right, I'm gonna go find that pot. I'm gonna find Holden because he's the only one I think who can pick up that pot. Bob, sweetheart, I want you to guard these little gators like their own, okay? And any one of you little ones that are feeling up to it, if you're a little somewhere around, go get
You're cutting out.
You are cutting out bad.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you were cutting out.
Oh, fudgicles.
You were talking to the children. What were you saying to the children?
I was telling them, any one of you that are feeling up to it, could you go and run along, gather any more friends of yours? The rest of you, you stay here, go cut up next to the big warm gator. Surprisingly warm. Did you hear that?
Yes, we did. So
Okay.
most of the little ones are going to take off, and Emily is just going to come out of that shack, and she is louder than a firework on the 4th of July. Andy!
And of course, Andy is still back in the music shop, but he still hears her voice and gets a sudden, very worried look on his face while talking to the shopkeeper still.
You better run and find out what Princess Emily wants. She using that tone with your voice. That tone, your name with her voice. That's not good.
Yep, noted. Okay.
I'm in danger.
Meanwhile, Kahuna's gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna go get that pot of jambalaya. I'm gonna find Holden. All right, where the hell are they? All right, anyone can lead me to Holden and the pot?
Patrick, you should know where the shack is because that is the kids' thing. So hearing a voice from that direction, you should be able to put it together. She's looking for that pot. Because you were left in charge of it. When you walked away, Patrick was put in charge of the pot. So.
I got a question about Isabel.
Yes.
Is she struggling to eat the food I've given her?
She's managing to, but there is a little bit of a struggle.
Bob will put the bowl down. Still got that smile on his face. Easy, firecracker. It's obvious that ain't doing much good for you. And he'll hold out his hand and 10 little berries appear. Try one of them instead.
She'll manage to grab one, and she'll manage to eat it.
And she is now full for the rest of the day and heals 1 point of damage.
Hey.
Good berry.
Okay. Yeah, no. So I'm assuming at this point Andy is making his way down to the market to the shack area.
Well, Andy is trying to figure out where the hell the voice came from because he was inside the shop, so he couldn't really put a location to it.
No, he hears everybody getting out of the way because when Emily's mad, everybody knows it. So he just sees this entire crowd of people part like the Red Sea, and she's just marching up to him.
Andy gets a sudden and very, very worried look on his face.
You, me, need to talk now.
What did I do?
She pulled him right back into the tuning shop. It's not what you did. It's what I need you to do. I just need people thinking I'm mad at you so that when you head up to the palace, they think that you're in trouble. There's a shack.
I'm not in trouble then.
You are not in trouble. But you also know how to slip past the guards without the guards noticing you at all. And I need the royal medic down here as fast as possible. We have a child who is very sick from what we can tell in this shack, that it's horrible at this point. We need the medic.
Got it. And he takes off sprinting towards the castle.
Meanwhile, Patrick, you gonna reach out to Kahuna who's looking for your pot or not?
Patrick.
Is Rumple even here?
Is all right. You know
Rumple,
what?
down.
Do what?
I don't like that noise. I don't like the way you just laughed.
I feel like this is payback for something that I did.
Oh, I know he's Bob. I know he's not about to piss off Bob the Gator just to get back at you for telling me about how he did something earlier.
I did no such thing.
I
Shush
would
it.
never.
Rumple, just think very carefully about what's going on right now. There's a 5-year-old child on the line here.
Oh, I'm aware. But, again, look at my name.
Fine then. All right. No one's gonna call it. You know what? I'll take a tab in Emily's book. Kahuna will put both of her hands to her mouth and just call out, "Holden!"
Yeah, Holden was watching too, so you can't steal the pot. I know you were thinking about thieves, but you can't steal that damn pot.
Next best thing, hope Holden's nearby and scream. Because the longer this takes, the closer and closer you're going to get to a barbarian. We don't need that right now.
Roll
That would be so much fun.
Go on.
Roll
Go on.
perception real quick. Sniper. Just because.
Perception?
Yes.
All right.
We haven't done a lot of rolls. We need to start rolling things.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
19.
No.
What was it?
18 plus 1.
Yeah, no, you heard it. You heard it. So
Just Holden looks at it and says, something ain't right. He just hollers back, what you need?
Oh my. This is going to be a hollering game. Holden, you either grab that Bob's pot and get your tail over here, or so help me. We have a sick kid. Get over here. Now.
Holler, you hear Holden holler to the bank. All right, I'll be there in a sec.
Better be faster than a sec.
And Holden just
pops up in front of Holden and just kind of pulls on his hand like, this way.
hold up, little thing. And just you see, like Holden walks over to Bob's pot and just lifts it from the ground, not caring about the heat because he's needing to move this thing towards Bob, right? And he's just like making as quick and much movement as he can towards towards where he heard Kahuna yelling.
Matori would have heard a lot of this commotion. What is he doing? I'm just curious real quick before we get back to everything else.
What is going on? I'm not going to bother. I need to get preparations done.
So, we're going to quickly try to handle the medic thing, and then we are going back to Kahuna, Sniper, and Bob.
Yes, ma'am.
So, real quick thing from Kebab. First roll in D&D ever, as far as I am aware.
Yes.
I need you to make me a stealth check.
That would be a 12.
Hey, Rumble, remember how I said have a guard ready?
Yes.
He failed stealth check.
And why was he trying to be stealthy?
Because I
He's
had to
trying to
get past the guards to get to the Royal Medic, but without the guards seeing me.
And unfortunately,
Oh.
so Bob about to get really guards caught the guy trying to get the medic.
All right.
You wanted chaos, I gave you chaos. Deal with it.
I can work with this. Trust me. All right. As he tried. Well, okay. What was your stealth? What was it?
I got a 12.
Okay. Do. Burp. Merp. Mm.
Hey guys, fair warning. We are doing a cutoff at midnight, Central Standard Time, just because our streamer up here needs his sleep before he does stuff. So, fair warning for all the players and the chat. Rumple, you didn't have one ready. Fine, I got you.
No,
So-
I got it. Okay, so he actually succeeds because city guards have a passive perception of 10.
Okay, never mind. So, fine, I will handle this. This is medic time. So, yeah, Andy, as you're approaching the medic, the medic's reading a medical journal book, just looking, taking notes. You can tell that they're still studying a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I walk over to them and I said, Medic, I need you now. Trust me, I can't tell you why. I just need you, and it's from the princess that I'm being sent.
Princess Emily sent for you. All right, then. As she just sets the books down, gently marking her place, puts the quill away, leaving the parchment out for the ink to dry, and walks over and grabs this huge medical bag.
Follow me. And I lead her out of the castle towards where the shack is.
As Emily is tapping her foot, waiting for Holden and Kahuna to, Kahuna's right there with her, yes, but now she's waiting for Holden to come with the pot.
Kahuna's to the point where she's just about to just screech and just go, fine, I'm gonna go find him myself. Oh, my... Emily, will you be okay by yourself, sugar?
I'll be fine, I just need to be here so Andy knows where to go.
Righto, ma'am. Holden, where the hell are you?
It's just that moment where Holden just is like stomping in, like not many people, like his spare legs are holding him from falling backwards, not trying to like crush himself with Bob's pot, right? So he just makes his way there. I'm here, damn it! What you need? I brought Bob's pot. It's heavier than it looks.
Bring it inside. Bring it inside. Oh, I'll help you. Hold up. Never mind. Come on. The children need them. The children need it. They're all sick. I need you because I need your cloak and I need your someone's. You'll see inside. Just come on. Trust me, Bob's about to blow a fuse. I'm about to blow a fuse. You're about to blow a fuse. We're all blowing fuses. Let's just go. We'll be right back, Emily Sugar.
It's just that moment Holden sets down the pot, like near the shack. Then I need to go back right quick. And Holden just darts right?
Kahuna just stares at the nail pot. Oh my god, alright. I ain't strong, but someone needs to pull this thing.
As Holden's darting back to his shop, at this moment he's not caring if his spare legs are showing. His spare legs are just basically helping him push forward as fast as he can, just to run back to his shop to grab some basic materials to help out as much as he can.
As several of the kids are arriving with wild grown or stolen items for jambalaya, for Bob to make more jambalaya. And as Andy and the medic are approaching, they just see Emily. Andy has never seen her this fucking pissed, and she is pissed.
Well, let's just say that Andy walks up to her and does not realize how pissed that she is until he gets a look at her face. And before he even says anything to her, before he even taps her on the shoulder, absolutely fucking freezes, not even wanting to dare to interrupt or move in vision of anyone who's that fucking angry.
You goddamn long enough. In here, medic. As she motions the medic in. And at this point, she now takes a softer tone. Bob, let the medic through.
Bob does.
As the medic gets to work, and of course identifying the one cut that is not just a cut, immediately looks back at Emily, who immediately looks back at Andy. I want you to go find me whatever guard is in charge of this damn area on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, ma'am. And he starts running back towards the castle.
Meanwhile, Kahuna's gonna call out, Bob, come help me with your pot. I can't lift it.
Bob does not move from his spot.
I have a curiosity question.
Yes.
Oh dear.
As I'm running back to my small little shop that I've set up, right?
Right.
Does anyone get terrified or sort of weirded off that this man has extra legs, extra spider legs
So some
that's running by?
might, but hiding in the city are several others, not exactly like him, but there are several others who are enslaved. So some of them are like, whatever, slaves running for its master. The other ones are like, what the? What
I
the hell?
was just curious.
Normal day. Oh, look, there's old man John running for his master. Do-do-do.
Yes, a normal day. Why is this man running? Because the thing is this cloak is revealing his extra it is flowing full on behind him. At this moment, it's not sticking close, right?
So, but this time you're not trying to avoid the guards. So what do you do to get the guards' attention, Andy?
Well, at this point, I would say that Andy starts calling out, "Guards! On behalf of Princess Emily, we demand to know which one of you operates this area."
Which area, bud? You're kind of in the palace. We all kind of work the palace. Are you talking about the marketplace again?
Yes, the marketplace, damn it.
Ronan, they need you.
That me?
Yup.
A little bit of okay.
You're the one who's about to get Bob's wrath because you're the one that did it. But
Okay. So, this Ronan is gonna sort of wander out, and as far as city guards go, he does not hit the standards in any way, shape, or form. Okay, as far as his armor and stuff, immaculate. Like, he has kept himself looking like one of the best. Probably maybe a little bit too well. Like, it might be possible he might be scraping a little bit off the top when collecting taxes, but that's besides the point.
it's the wrongdoer that we want, bud.
And his countenance in general, he just looks.
I wouldn't look so smug if I were you. He just said Princess Emily wants to see you. And if the princess is involved and pissed off, you're about to lose your job.
He just shrugs as he just like chugs a bottle and smashes it.
Oh boy. Have fun with him, Bard dude. Your music dude or whatever you are. I don't remember what Emily calls you.
He looks at Ronan. He says, "You come with me now." And he starts guiding them towards where the shack is and where Princess Emily is.
Kahuna's still
And
outside, right?
he's just gonna follow with another bottle in hand.
Yeah, Kahuna's still outside. She's still staring at this pot like, I. She's
Kahuna,
to the point where she's frustrated. To the point.
Emily's just gonna.
Guys.
Emily's just gonna look at her. Get inside with Bob now, and whatever you do, don't let Bob get out here and see what's about to happen.
Do you, honey, I will. Issue is Bob needs the pot. Pot's gonna feed the children inside. We need the pot inside. I can't lift it. Actually, you know what? Frick it.
And it's at this point Bob steps outside.
Frick it, never mind, Pop. Bob Sugar, help me grab the pot for the little ones. We need to feed them, remember? Come on. Please do not make me lift this pot myself.
He silently lifts it up, walks inside, puts it down, walks back outside,
No.
and hands you a piece of paper.
Bob, what you just hand me? Sugar, we need to be inside. You know Princess's orders. We gotta follow her rules. Come on, in. What did you just hand me? Now's not the time for drawlings.
I handed you my recipe.
Uh-oh. Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
We about to have
Kahuna's gonna freeze and just look at Emily and just shake her head and say, "There's no moving him. If we're gonna move him, we're gonna need someone else." And she's just gonna scream again, "Hold on! No!" And she's just gonna be like, "I'll pray for you, Sugar. I can't help you here. Let me know if I have to, but I gotta go cook. All right."
And Bob stands by Emily and draws out his bone scimitar.
Okay.
I've got.
All right, I'm going
if
inside.
you mind, I have something for Holden, if y'all mind. All right.
Okay.
So Holden, after getting back to his little stall, right, he grabs as much basic supplies as he needs, and he starts running back. But at this point, right, he's just shifting ever so slightly, right? And it's slowly revealing back into his normal shifter Drider. And then I'll leave you to deal with the guard, and then I've got a plan for after that, if y'all don't mind.
Well, we will see, because we've got 30 minutes, so we will see how this goes. But Emily puts her hand out in front of Bob. Put it away. He's my responsibility.
He turns and just says, "Your city's about balance. Your balance did this. Your responsibility did this. Time for it to change."
Bum, 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 bum.
I know Ronan needs to worry about it more. It's not his job. As Emily's just looking at
It's his life.
exactly. No,
Bob, we don't got bail money. We all just spent our money.
Well, except for Holden. Holden's still got all his cash.
I
But
don't
Jake-
think I bail you out.
Anyway, no, as Andy and the guard come, Andy and Ronan come up, Emily just grabs Andy by the collar and is like, "You, me, inside. Bob, do whatever you want," and just throws him into the shack.
Well, there's the
as Emily grabs Andy's scruff, he yelps, "Ray!"
Oh, we do have an hour and 30. I'm sorry, my brain was an hour ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
I was gonna
You
say.
were
That's
in
okay.
Eastern time zone. It's about time you learned.
So
Fine.
as the guard walks over towards where Emily called, you see him just put his hand to his mouth and he lets out this whistle.
And she's
And you see like 3 or 4 other guards just start to gather, and they're kind of just like this band now that is walking in that direction. They know something's about to go down, and they are not going to let her just bully the one that they've kind of come to call leader. So you've got like 5 of them that are banded together now to take care of this situation.
shit. I don't know who's gonna win, Bob or 5 guards.
Don't forget, we got a
Bob
driver
can-
on its
Bob can
way.
see them, right? Bob can see them, right?
Yes.
I was about
Yes.
to say I have a thing, but I'll let you go, Crow.
Cantrip shape water on the 5 that are following him to freeze their feet in place.
That is a dex saving throw, correct?
It's a cantrip that happens. He's freezing all but Ronan. He's freezing all but the leader.
And how long does the spell last?
I feel like a concentration up to a minute kind of deal.
Okay.
I don't know.
Duration instantaneous, so it's an effect that happens instantaneously.
But how long
Okay. Every spell has a limit. How long does it last?
The water unfreezes in an hour.
All right.
So Ronan's gonna be facing this one alone. As Emily just sticks her head out while Ronan's coming up. By the fucking way, you're fired on top of whatever the hell he's gonna do to you, because this was against protocol and you fucking know it. As she just goes back in. Okay, how can I help you, Kahuna?
Well, I'm reading Bob's handwriting, which is nearly impossible, but I'm doing my best. So right now we have the pot. We need wood and fire. Oh, God, we don't have anything to light a fire with? I guess we can take apart the old shack slowly. We need to-
I got you. As she just taps the wood slightly before create bonfire.
Sugar, you're a genius, and I love you more for it. All right. And Kahuna, is the pot on top of the wood, or is the Kahuna about to lift the pot on top of this bonfire?
The fire was put right under it, so.
All right, cool. Kahuna's not gonna show how strong she is. Fair enough. All right, we have a little bit of gumbo left. All right. Crow, did you actually send me a recipe, or am I about to look something up?
Let me get on that.
No.
I was about to say, can I do the little thing that I have a little bit planned?
Sure, you go ahead while I look
Yeah.
up a recipe. Crow, you focus on dealing with Mr. Stupid Head over there. He's gonna taste mighty fine.
So this is a little bit funny, right? So as Holden is getting towards the shack, right? All that Bob can see is just the upper torso of Holden, right? As it just feels like there's thunder coming from behind him at a full sprint from this guard, right? Does the guard turn around to see Holden? Run.
Now, while you do see him tense, he also doesn't want to take his eyes off the big angry gator in front of him. So,
Okay. Oh.
but while their feet are frozen in place, while they technically have disadvantage to some extent on attacking, the guards are still in a line between Holden and Ronan. So he would have to get through them first. Yes, they're frozen in place, but they can still swing their swords at him.
Now, here's the question. Can I intimidate the other guards at this current moment?
You can attempt to intimidate them.
All right, that's what I wanted to see if I could. Right?
Like I said, you can attempt to, but it also have to see whether or not you actually succeed.
Nat 20 for a 21.
Well, damn! Where was this left for you guys last campaign? Seriously.
So does that succeed in intimidation to put fear into them?
Yeah, no, while they could defend Ronan, they kind of just don't move. They're just kind of like, oh shit, what have we gotten ourselves into?
So to describe what Holden's doing to the other guards, right? As Holden is running back, he's just got all his supplies laid back on his back abdomen, right? As he finally gets up to the rest of the guards with Ronan in front and basically behind them, he just draws one of his swords out as he's just full on sprinting and yelling, either move or die.
Rumble, what are you talking
about?
You what?
I say now would be a good time. For what? I don't fucking know. This is going so fucking well right now.
Oh yes, it is. Okay. Hold on. Let me do a thing real quick.
I found the recipe.
No. Emily's gonna look to Andy. Look, I know you're used to performing for the adults. Is there any chance you could tame it down for kids?
I could try.
I want them focused on something other than what's going on outside. Just whatever the hell's going on outside is not kid appropriate. And no, you don't actually have to sing this one.
He just starts strumming some major chords, making because major are happy chords. For those of us, just trying to music. Anyways, sorry, music nerd. He starts strumming some major chords, playing a very happy sounding song for the kids.
I don't think we want any of the kids knowing what's going on outside. But Matori would notice. Matori can tell that Bob about to get himself into a fight.
Last time I was close, I got dragged into it. Now I'm going to move away and try to find something. Let's see. Maybe find the spear now. Or maybe a book.
Alright, so Holden is going to look at Holden, look at Bob, and he just sort of rolls his shoulders and pops his neck as he draws his sword. He says, okay, this is what you want to do. This is what we're going to do.
It's taking all of Emily's strength not to go back out there and be.
Kahuna's the same way, but she's just like, all right, rabbit. All right, anyone have rabbit? Out of all the recipes, give me rabbit.
I mean, he just got fired, and if he somehow survived this, Emily will deal with him, so he has absolutely nothing to lose at the moment.
No, one way or the other, he's fucked because he hurt a kid. And I'm sorry
and he knows this, so he has absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain at the moment. So he is going to be ferocious in how he does this.
To be clear, just for the chat on stream and kind of to be clear with y'all, I didn't plan no encounter. This wasn't supposed to go like this. I'm loving it though, so have fun with it. Peace.
This is what happened when we let Bob go. This happened last time. We let Bob go.
The next thing you know, Holden, fuck.
Ronan will see Bob grip his scimitar tighter. He will let in a deep breath, and a single phrase will leave his little snout. Death don't have no mercy here. Before he closes his eyes, opens them, and they are pure white. And a low guttural gator growl comes out.
No. See, I'm glad he didn't say death is just the beginning. I mean, I can sit with death has no mercy. I can sit with this. But death?
Okay. Does a 25 hit Bob?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Alrighty. Let's see. Due to the fact that Ronan has absolutely nothing to lose, he just unleashes absolute hell. So he swings his sword, and he goes a little wildly at first. So he swings twice. and he totally misses. And then he swings his sword just right, and he makes contact, and he just wipes his sword um, right across Bob's snout.
Okay. Do I take damage or no?
And yes, there's damage. Give me just a second. Ooh. Rolling stuff. One moment. And he does 7 damage to Bob.
Bob is still standing.
Yep.
Still standing.
Bob just no-sells the hit, just tanks it, and just winds back his arm with the scimitar and goes for a swing.
Alright. Roll the hit.
Dang it. Dang it. Dang it, Pelly!
What?
I love you to death, but Bob does this enough to me in private calls. Stop it!
What am I doing? I ain't doing nothing.
You started a song and now it's stuck in my head.
Oh, sorry.
I'm still standing.
Dang it!
That is a 23 to hit.
Did you say something, Crow?
23 to hit.
That hits. Just barely. But yes, that'll hit.
7 point.
He is still standing.
Bonus action.
Alright.
Nat 2025 Hungry Jaw bite.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh yes.
It's too soon, boys. It's too soon.
I'm laughing at this.
I mean, I thought we were gonna wait a little bit for the Drider Shifter reveal. So and this is just
15
Everything's
points
moving
of damage.
a lot quicker than we planned on. Okay. What do you go ahead and do? You said not 20, so roll damage for me.
15.
15. Okay.
down he goes. I'm cheering y'all on. Like, I know y'all think I'm against you half the time, but I'm cheering y'all on this round.
Meanwhile, in the
He
tent.
is still standing at the moment. That hurt, but he is still standing.
Still, fuck you guys.
Turn.
God, I wish we had some awesome battle music right now.
All right.
The metal baby.
Holden, your turn.
How far am I to the the main boss, the main guy?
What is your walking speed?
35.
35.
You slept.
And you're going full speed right now, so let's see, you ran off to a stall, you're running back. Mm,
Who's got the background noise? I like it.
there we go.
Wish I thought of this.
How far?
I would say that you're one turn away from him. You're not there just yet.
One
You gotta
turn
move.
away.
So you've already moved 35 feet. You gotta move at least another 35 before you're there.
I got an idea. I'm going to use my
Alrighty.
longbow. I'm going to switch weapons to my longbow.
All right.
$24. Does it hit?
Yes.
All right.
See why we had to add somebody else to the table? Look at this. We're getting music that I love.
That is 10 to hit. That's 10 damage. That's 10 damage.
Okay.
Yep. And that'll be it. No bonus.
A bonus? Okay. He is still up. He is hurt, but he is still up, and he's got blood running down his brow now. Like he's definitely taken some damage, and he is fuming. Like his face is just nothing but hatred and anger at the moment. And he's going to turn towards Holden, and he's gonna kick his foot off to the side and break one of the bars off of one of the stands right there. It's one of their tent. One of the tent poles, and he'll spin it around before he just holds his arm back and uses it as a makeshift javelin and just throws it at Holden.
All right.
And I will give you a roll to hit in just a second. Doo-doo-doo. Hmm. And that is an 18 to hit.
It does hit.
All right. Let's see what that is. Let's say
Meanwhile, as all this is happening, Emily and Kahuna are just Emily knows her way around a kitchen. She knows how to cook, but she's also confused by the recipe. So she's like, "What the fuck?"
Meanwhile,
And he
Luna knows how to bake.
damage.
Doesn't know how to do anything
Golden.
else, really.
How much damage?
17.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, like, ow, damn. Okay.
Like, he feels the pain, but he's just like, all right, I'm not really caring at this moment.
And it is
What
now
is sin?
Bob's turn. Bob, do something.
Bob is gonna do the exact same thing as he did last time. Wind up for the scimitar.
All right.
That's a 13 to hit.
So as Bob swings, he's going to bring his own sword around, and you see him just sort of parry Bob's attack, and he just sneers at Bob, just try me.
Bonus action bite, motherfucker. $23.
And that hits.
9 damage.
Alrighty. Hold it.
I'm gonna do another longbow attack.
Alright.
$21.
That hits.
That is another 10. You hear me? That's another 10 damage.
Yeah, I heard you. He's not dead, but he will drop down on one knee and kind of.
And I do
Alright.
use my bonus action
Okay.
for my second wind.
Alright. What are you gonna do with that?
I'm just gonna heal.
You're just gonna what?
I'm just gonna use it to heal. My second one heals. Right? That is an 11 heal.
Okay. He's feeling really hurt right now, so he's down on one knee, and he you can see him still fuming, and he is ready to kill someone, but he doesn't seem to be able to gather himself to do it this round. Bob, it's on you.
Do it, Bob.
Bob
you can do
looks down at the scimitar, bloodied. That's too good for him. He wants to make him suffer. Main action bite. Nat 20.
Oh no.
Alright.
Oh God.
Roll damage, sir.
It was a good time to read
I'm-
Bob's Thingamabob.
Wait, what happened?
Bob got a nat 20 on Bite.
Rumble, how's Ronan looking?
Let's see the damage from Bob, and then we'll go from there.
Alright, Bob. Double damage. Thank you for the background noise, Bob.
Yep, you're welcome.
Another 15 points of damage.
Thank you for that update. Give me a second.
What does it do, Rumple?
Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, no, I agree there, Rumple. Deliver the news. We can drop the background noise though.
Oh.
Rumble, I think they're waiting for you to.
Yeah. Bob, how
Yeah.
do you kill him?
Ah!
Bob goes munch.
You have no idea.
This Ronin guy parries the sword from Bob. Probably sitting there being all smug about it, and gets the arrow in the sort of back from Holden again. So then when he hears Bob snarl once more and he turns around quick, all he sees is his wide open jaw clamp around his neck as he cleanly bites his head off and then proceeds to start just ripping into his rib cage. Bob
Right.
just starts wildly devouring this man.
She joined
Granted,
at a
he's
good
in
time.
plate mail, so he'd be able to pull off his head. But ripping, he'd kind of have to get through metal to do that.
He's willing to go through the pain. He's willing to just sit there and rip off the armor if needs be. He is mindless right now. He is full angry Bob.
So everyone around then is just going to hear this ungodly screeching as Bob's claws are just scraping apart the armor.
Ow!
Andy, we need another song. Andy, we need another song. Emily's just looking to him like, please.
Kahuna's
Andy
just gonna
starts
shout,
strumming another
"Holden!"
song.
And Kahuna does what now?
She's just gonna cover her ears and just shout, "Holden, do something!" Wrong person, but oh my god.
Is okay, Ashla. So just to catch you up, kind of, I mentioned that there was a battle. They found out the guard. They found Ronan, the guard who hurt the child. And instead of letting Emily just, kindly handle it, Bob went no. So Bob and Holden just tag teamed Ronan and killed him. And Bob got his feast. Meanwhile, the children, Emily, Kahuna, and Andy are all inside. Matori chose to avoid the whole situation, so we have no idea where he went.
So, okay.
So, despite the fact that their feet are frozen in place, seeing the captain get brutalized like this, and on top of the fact that Holden's intimidation, the guards are able to just out of sheer terror break free of the ice, and they just scatter.
Fair warning to players,
And-
and we do only have 1 hour left.
So this is
Guards
where
are just gone.
so Holden hearing what Kahuna is yelling at him of do something, right? Holden is just gonna walk up to Bob as Bob is in his frenzy and just grab his snout and say, calm down, in the most normal tone of he has fucked up like a parent would, right?
Oh
Like an older
no.
brother, like an older brother looking at him like, calm the hell down. I get that you're angry. He's dead. Now calm it.
Meanwhile, the medic finishes patching up little Isabella the best she can. And she just looks over to Andy. She doesn't say a word, she just has a look. Before she gets up and heads back towards the palace, not a word, doesn't even look at the 2 injured people and the dead guard, just walking away.
What does Bob
As
do
the
when
medic
Holden grabs?
walks off to the
Was-
as
do-
the
do you
medic
see?
walks off to the castle, kind of off in the distance, is up on the rooftop, just watching it. There's this cloaked figure, and it looks a little bit younger than just kind of like an average soldier, just on guard duty to the average passerby. But to anyone who actually looks like they can tell that he's watching what's going on very intently. He just kind of smiles and nods to himself as he turns and walks back off down the roof and around the corner where you don't see him anymore.
Right, and Holden, you were trying to say something to Bob.
I was going to be curious. What would Bob do with knowing that Holden's basically grappling his snout to stop him?
Would you say opposing strength checks to see if it works?
Sure.
Yes.
$23. Not 20 plus 3.
You beat me. Very slowly, the color shifts from pure white to his more natural yellowy, greenish tinge.
It's just at this where Bob sees Holden's got him in a headlock and gripping his snout, saying, calm down. He's gone. No need to fight for it anymore. And after noticing that Bob's eyes have returned to normal, he lets go.
We could use some help in here with this jambalaya recipe.
I don't understand this recipe, Bob. What is red sandalwood? How do I use that in this thing? Are you...
I don't even know if we have any of that.
It says it's not needed, but I feel like it's needed. I don't know. I don't even want to look outside and see what's happening, Emily. I just want to make this and give it to the children and have Holden help the children. My God, that doctor just walked out. There's so many more kids that need help. Where's that doctor?
Well, while you do...
Bob will just sit there. He will then wordlessly sort of like gesture for Holden to get off of him.
Holden just gets off of him and looks him dead in the eye. Now he's gone. Let's tend to the kids. Okay?
Bob opens up his bag of holding and puts whatever is left of this Ronin guy in it. Walks inside. After cleaning himself off, of course. And helps Kahuna out with the recipe. The red
Does Bob
sandalwood
take
is
his
shaved.
sword?
Bob does.
All right. You now have a long sword that, if you're doing two-handed weapon stuff, it's a 1d8, and then if you use it two-handed ways, if you hold it with both hands, it's 1d10. It is a +2 sword. And have fun with that. You now have a +2 longsword.
So, Bob's helping Kahuna, and so now Emily can step away. Emily steps up to Andy. Tell me you understood that look.
Unfortunately, I did.
Right. So, we're going to need woodworkers, for sure, because this shack is not going to hold like this. They're not going to survive long like this. And I still need to have a talk with Mother about her new patron helping her out like her old one did.
Right.
Holden just seeing the kids, he's just looking at them saying, all right, little ones, how many of y'all need some new blankets?
They hastily hide the ones that they stole from Mr. Thompson.
I now don't think I don't see that, Sugars. Once Holden's done with your new blankets, we're gonna walk those blankets you didn't yet done took back to good old Mr. Thompson, and you're gonna apologize for stealing. All right?
Curiosity right quick, right?
Yeah.
Is any of the kids a little hesitant towards Holden being in his shifter drider form, in his main normal form?
Nessa, realizing, who this was, isn't scared. Isabella is a little scared of almost everyone except for Bob at this point.
Noted.
So. Granted, as stated, she is a 5-year-old child. Very scared of strangers.
I like the fact how everyone is just like, we're not even gonna pay attention. We're gonna worry about Holden, whatever the hell is happening with him later. Not important right now, Bugaboo.
Just like curiosity, like, does any of this intimidate little ones? Like, I'm not this small. I'm not the small human man that they thought I was. I'm now this giant half spider.
I mean, no.
Well,
Emily's gonna look to Andy real quick. You get Mr. Wood on fixing up the shack. I'm heading off real quick to go see Mom about talking with her new patron about getting some help here, because this never used to happen. And maybe keep an eye on Isabella. At that last bit, she just turns to Kahuna and Bob, just keep an eye on her.
Oh, sugar, I ain't leaving the little ones. Not yet, anyway. And I'm sure as hell Bob ain't moving either. But where the heck did you get bay leaves? How are you doing? You go do what you need to do, sugar. We're gonna figure out what the hell's happening here. Oh, Lord.
Bob ain't never gonna leave a hungry stomach empty. You go on now, get.
Holden chimes up and just looks at her and says, "If you want to get on moving, go on. What us three can handle what comes after."
You boys have handled it enough. Let the lady do it next time. I see anyone try me right now. Mysterious giggles from the beyond. I hear you. Shut it.
Before Emily leaves, however, she will see Bob look at her and go, "Shiny lady,
Yes.
Bob understands if you need to do something about Bob."
As far as I'm concerned, he was on a town stroll after he got fired, and something just mysteriously took him out. And she just walks away.
He's like, "No, I am not dealing with this."
I
I
mean,
wouldn't either. I'd be like,
it's like, is it an act of kindness because she's gonna be around him, or is it, I don't want to deal with it? Because remember, she is also going with them, sadly.
yeah.
So, I mean, what? Anyway.
As she says that, Bob turns back to Kahuna. Now, the sandalwood, as you were calling out for, was for the shaving parts coming near the end of the thing. You were jumping ahead a little bit. You need this.
Well, Bob, let me be clear. Your handwriting is abysmal, and I'm a baker, not a cooker. This is more confusing than a quadratic equation, and even I don't understand that. Walk me through it slowly. I ain't got a brain of a bee. I'm slow like a butterfly, sugar. That's how my brain works.
He looks at the recipe. Oh, hell, that ain't mine. That's my old master. That Bob's old master's one. Don't. I'll still walk you through it. I know that one off the top of my head as well.
Well, that explains all the wild things like rabbit. I was not expecting that. Surprisingly, rabbit's really good. And they're just going to continue that conversation. And
No, Emily's just gonna drag Andy out with her. Like, yeah, no, we're handling the whole. I'm going to my mom, and you're going to Mr. Woods about this.
Holden's just sitting there, like kneeling on the ground. After finishing up some blankets, he starts patching himself up, just slowly.
Question.
Yes.
Does Emily drag Andy out of the room like she did when she dragged him into the room?
No, at this point, she grabbed him by the arm, and it's like, okay, you're coming with me.
Okay.
Just let the two locals handle getting the local shit fixed.
At least attempt to fix it. I mean, what?
No, Andy, I believe. Yeah,
I swear.
I think your situation with Mr. Wood is the only other one besides Ashley getting caught up because poor Alvara's coming in to a Drider shifter having been revealed and a crocodile making soup for children.
You know, a normal Tuesday.
Andy arrives at Mr. Wood and says, "By the order of the princess, I am here to demand that you come with me."
And how would Mr. Wood respond to that, Mr. Rumple?
Bringing me back in again. Okay.
I am, damn it. Deal with it.
Mr. Wood is. He's not going to be thrilled with the interruption. Like, he's going to be right in the middle of carving something, and you can see that he's got his tools in just the right place where he's going to be able to carve what he's trying to carve, and it was hard to get it that way. So he's going to look up, and he is just going to sigh exasperatedly, just like as he pulls his tool and sets him down and fixes his apron, and he'll pick up a couple of his other tools and stuff them into his apron, and a couple of the more immediate things that he might need, and he'll follow Andy as he'll pick up his keys too, and motion to Andy to lead him out, and as they walk out, like he'll lock the shop behind him.
After he locks the shop behind him, Andy will guide him to the shack and tell him, the princess has demanded me to tell you that this shack needs to be repaired.
Well, he can hear.
He's gonna give Andy a look of just. He's just gonna be like, okay, and you expect me to do all of this on my own? Like, that's just the expression that he gives Andy of, the heck you want me to do about it? This is like a 10-man job, and I'm just one person.
If you have any further questions, comments, or concerns, you can feel free to bring them up with Princess Emily.
Oh, sure, because getting hold of the princess is so easy.
As she doesn't even realize she's behind him at this point. Actually, it can be, considering I've been out and about all day.
Well, that's a new one for you. Usually you like hiding in your castle.
Not my fault Mom keeps me locked up. Anyway, so what were the questions, complaints, or concerns that I was hearing about?
I need a team if I'm going to repair this thing.
I think there's a team inside if you take a look. God damn it, you guys got me going southern all the fucking time. God damn.
I'm gonna glance inside and take a quick look at everyone, and he's gonna kind of pull back like, oh, that is quite the assembly of people in there.
I can kind of just imagine this, and you got Bob, who's just full on standing, hovering over the pot, sprinkling in the salt with such precision it's like a hammer could nail it. You got Holden in the corner, sewing himself together, putting things back together with just an ease. And then you got Kahuna just leading both of them, pointing in certain directions, correcting things, perfecting things. And she just turns like, oh, howdy, stranger. What can we do for you?
He kind of just waves like, hi, and just scampers back out like, whoop, nope. I am not dealing with this.
Well, that was just rude. All right. Oh, okay.
Was it something I said?
He's going to look at Emily. He's going to be like,
You will be greatly rewarded for this work.
He'll sigh and he'll look at Emily. He'll be like, okay, I'll need someone to run my shop for me while I'm supervising this.
Don't you have a sister?
No.
Huh. Who's all hanging around over there? Like, knows your shop inside and out. I walk in, and if you're not around, she is. Who the fuck is that then?
My ex-wife, she likes to stalk me.
Well,
well then.
Did you just do a spit take?
Crap, not again.
You good? You good?
So
Why? Every time!
Alvra
I choose chaos.
He chooses chaos, which was the perfect choice.
He just kind of shrugs. I think she can do it.
Hey, Ash was trying to speak there.
Ash, what were you saying? Sorry.
Would Alva recognize the Drider as Holden?
I mean, everyone else is kind of being okay with him, so there should be some kind of sign.
That's up to her.
Yeah.
That one I would say would be a perception. Honestly, that's what I would think it would be, a perception. Seeing if you recognize it, me being the Strider being actually Holden,
That'd be a 21.
then yes, you would recognize this being Holden.
Shit, guys, keep talking. I just lost my phone in the dark.
That would be a
Ole, 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 ole. Ole, ole, ole.
No. I got one better. Anarchy.
What?
Anarchy.
I found it.
Oh.
Hooray!
Hey, over there, Pelly.
Huh?
Said you okay over there?
I have an inhaler. I'm okay. I'm so tired of this
Out of
happening
control.
every time we play D&D. Why? Why do you guys always cause the coughing fits for me?
Okay.
Anyway.
I choose chaos, and because I kind of trained her, Kaylee chooses chaos. So by consequence, the group's gonna choose chaos too. And
Chaotic neutrals for the
case in
win.
point.
I'm the daughter of chaos at this point. I just wish you guys would give me warning before I drink something, and then you do that every time.
Me laugh.
Oh, sure. Like I'm always going to toss a warning label.
All right.
I'm about to give a punchline. Here, don't try and drink
Jump
something,
back on the
because that's
tracks.
just gonna absolutely work.
He has wrecked,
Let's
guys.
put the train.
Bring it back.
Put the train back on the track. So Ash, now you know this is Holden. What do you do? I'm curiosity because of me. Ash.
Walking in the shack, she would kind of freeze as her hands wrapped around her bow. And she would stop and stare at him for a long time, just her whole body tense and ready to attack. But knowing that it's him, she tries to calm herself down and just kind of shakes it off as she goes to. Can she see the kid?
She can see all of the kids. The one that they are very protective of seems to be off in a corner under a ton of blankets at this point.
Would a health potion help her situation?
I mean, yeah.
Or would like a potion of cure disease be better?
I mean, that one might be better considering that her major issue is the fact that it's really cold, so she keeps catching a cold.
Okay, Alvra's gonna go to her and kind of kneel down beside her and kind of look her over. Is she gonna need a medicine check to be able to know the difference between the two?
I mean, the child is pretty patched up at this point. So you can really actually just see that she's needed a lot of bandaging because of open infected wounds, cuts, bites.
Okay. She's just gonna kind of look it over and look around for just whoever's closest to her.
You need something, sugar?
What exactly happened? I was only gone for a little bit and everything seemed to turn to a ruckus. Is everyone all right?
Oh, Lord. All right,
Well,
let me give you the tea. Hold it. Shush it.
all right. Even though I was in the damn fight, okay. Hey,
You can give your point of view when I get to that point.
fine, let
You
me on.
start off with the fight, ain't no one gonna get anything done. Right. So, I guess, well, I said, I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is me and Emily were getting new clothes for me. And we saw some kids. We kind of caused the dresser man to accidentally pass out. That's a whole nother story. Not important right now. Some kids came into the shop and left the shop with wares. We realized he's passed out, so therefore they stole it. So we were following them. When we got here, well, wouldn't you know it, we see a very, very angry Bob. So that meant Emily had to call her friend, our friend Andy, over. Andy had to run to go get the medic because the child was really, really bad. I had to go and scream for Holden to get the pot because no one knew where the hell the pot was, but Holden did. So those two ran off to do their thing. Holden brings me the pot, and brings medic, and Holden goes back because we need to get more materials and stuff. By the time the pot gets here, Bob gets up and comes out. I'm handed a recipe, pots get put inside, and Godman, who apparently did the deed, he came out. So then it was like, we tried to tell Bob to not do anything, and Bob said no, and that was I never really, you know what? I don't ever want to see him angry. So I chose, I'm going to follow the recipe. I dragged Emily with me and I dragged Andy with me. I don't know what the hell happened outside. All I know is Godman's gone. And now I'm making jambalaya and the child is sick. I don't know any more than that. And you just accept that. There you go, sugar.
Holden just makes a small pipe up. Yeah, the guard ain't longer breathing. Both me and Bob took some damage, but we'll be fine. We've dealt with worse.
Oh, that's right. Bob, you need, Holden, can you patch up Bob if Bob can't do it himself? Bob, you better not drop of blood into that pot, okay? Anyway, whole thing. Child, medic looked that up. Other than that, I can't tell you what's all wrong with her. Bob would be the one to ask, and I would not poke the bear with the stick while the hive's above it.
Oh my fucking god. Rumble, if I have another turn,
What?
I'm gonna die. And you almost killed Crow. How dare you, Rumble?
I told you
What?
why I did what I did.
Yeah. Anyway, Emily comes in after her talk with Mr. Wood. So the shack's gonna be set to be fixed. We, and she points specifically to Bob at this point. You and I definitely need to be out of town before noon tomorrow. Did everyone get their supplies while they were out today?
Indeed.
She's just looking around at everybody else.
Well, Holden's just like, Bob, come here. Let me patch you. At least stop your bleeding.
Bob will move over to Holden and everything like that and let him do his work. And Bob just says, Bob got book.
You may have the book, but I can only stop the bleeding. I can't heal you. I ain't a fool. I don't have a medical kit. All I got is enough needle and thread to at least stop the bleeding. At least do that much of a patchwork.
Library. Emily just looks at Holden. I think he means the book he got from the library. We got the rations from Rosella and Baron. Andy, did you get your thing tuned? Well, yes, you did, because I heard you playing it. Everything is fine. I mean, like you just see this princess. She's been calm, cool, collected the whole time. Besides getting pissed off, she's just sitting here I am trying to do too much, but I'm used to it.
Kahuna's just gonna turn around, put her hands on Emily's shoulder, and just go, Sugar, darling Emily, my friend, you need to breathe. Come here. Come help me with the children. We're going to set them up. We're going to call little Isabel over here. We're just going to take a moment to breathe. No need to princess about. No need to prance about. We're here with the children. That's what we're doing right now. Okay?
She's going to nod before looking around. Wait a minute. Where's Boulder Boy? Did we lose Boulder Boy?
Oh, God. We forgot the bra. Oh. All right. Bob and Holden need to stay here because they're not well, and God knows what the town people are going to do after that whole wreck. Crud. Anyone know where he went? Why do we keep leaving that boy alone?
I don't know. Well, hold on. Hang on. We saw him pass the clothing shop, or at least I did while I was grabbing the tents for everybody.
The fact he didn't come running, I think I saw him over right then. Okay, you three, stay here, guard the children, keep them sane. And do what you guys need to do. Emily, come on, I guess we're going for a walk. We gotta go find the rock. Perfect, lovely. If you want to join, you can join, but for the most part, Holden, Bob, stay the hell here.
We're planning on to. I don't think Bob wants to move with his injuries, and I generally sure don't want to move with mine. He's better off if both of us sit still.
Good.
Oh, do it! Do it! We have 26 fucking minutes. Do it!
Kahuna's just gonna do a double take as if she's just realizing something and just stare at Holden. Slow blink and just goes, I'm dealing with that later. I don't got time. I'm not even gonna ask. Come on, Emily. We're gonna deal with that later.
So, no, Emily points one direction. You go that way. I'll go this way. Yes, I realize we're splitting up again, but we'll be back here in an hour.
I hope he listens to one of us, because that boy has... You know what? He's as stubborn as a rock. What do you know? And she marches on. She is just to the point of raging.
Right.
Yes, Ash?
So,
Then I saw Ash light up for a second. Ash, is there something you wanted to say?
No, it's all good.
Okay. Alright. So, Rumple, darling, let's do this.
as Emily walks down the street, she'll feel just slight breeze around her, and she just kind of senses a presence step out of the shadows.
And she gets more annoyed than her mother ever would. You know, you're not welcome here anymore.
Yes, I'm aware, and that seems to be going so splendidly.
I mean, by all fairness, technically, because you did pull away from Mother, this is on you.
She went against my will. What do you expect me to do?
Oh, boo-hoo! She's a human who wanted something. She took it. You are supposed to be some great and powerful, almighty god who loves, what was it, chaos? And instead of supporting the chaos of taking the throne, you pulled out. You left. She's glaring.
Shadows sort of just shimmer for a second, and she feels the wind swirl around her as he stops being behind her and is standing in front of her. And he just holds his hands in front of him and just kind of taps him as he looks at her. I see why you're her daughter.
Oh, so sorry. Should I be more like my father? Oh, wait. You see my point. She takes her revenge, her chaotic revenge, on people who hurt her. And her patron, who's supposed to be a chaos lover, pulls out away from her. Causes her not only royal problems like this, but how many people ditched her after you did again? I think there was quite a few, wasn't there? And she's literally looking at him straight face like, I do not want to deal with your bullshit.
He actually looks sorrowful as he'll sort of turn his head, and then he looks back at her. I left her because if I had not, she would have kept going. Her hunger for power would not have been quenched. You and I both know this.
It's not quenched. If you haven't noticed, as much as we are at peace, as much as she does not need to gain further power, you really think she hasn't been sitting there hoping for revenge, not only on you, but the rest of your family.
Oh, I'm very aware.
I'm sure you are.
As you know, I'm very good at keeping an eye on things that
And yet you
might involve me.
And yet you lost sight of your daughter. Don't think I don't know about that. Oh, Mom was ballistic about that.
That'll be handled along with everything else.
Sure it will. Now, if you don't mind, I have to go and find a friend before we take off in the morning.
Oh yes, he's over on 2nd Street. He found some more ice to chew on.
Give me a second. There's ice there, and he picked... You know what? Whatever. Screw off. Goodbye. Don't visit me again.
Rumpelstiltskin will just smile at her.
She just walks away from...
As she walks away, you just hear him go, "This isn't the end, dearie. We will see each other again."
She just goes, "Yes, it is," and just keeps walking to find Matori. And as soon as she does, Matori, what are you doing? And now we find out if we put Ian to sleep or not. Ian, darling, are you there? I think our brother across the sea finally passed out.
Well, we all know that Matori's chewing on ice and just having a merry old day.
Alright, so we are going to be polite. We are going to let him rest. But upon, the two girls finally returning with Matori, because we will say that he, we found him.
Oh, good, you found. Where was he? Why does he just. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask. There's so much to ask. And does Kahuna know anything like different about Emily? Like any stress, any. Or was that the perception roll?
Oh, Emily's gonna be so fucking stressed at the moment.
Yeah, it almost looks like, somebody took her freaking soul out of her body and put it back in, because she just does not look okay right now.
No, are you okay? You look like you just saw someone from your past that you wish to stab in, like, the nose zone and then twist the knife or something.
Well,
Like, seriously, you look like you're gonna take the rigid knife, stab it, and then twist. You good?
Let's just get inside, get some rest. We all need to be out of town by the end, but like by noon tomorrow. Because if we're not, Mother's gonna be so pissed, and I don't need a person pissed with me right now.
All right, fair enough. All right, come on. Is he even conscious right now? He just looks like he's asleep, but standing. You know, forget it. Well, I don't even want to know. She's just gonna grab Matori.
hey, yeah, right.
Matori, basically by the arm, and just start dragging. Come on, Emily. We got. Today was a day. Let's just.
And hold on 1 second. See, we did a health potion for Isabella, right? Ash?
Yeah.
You gave her a health potion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that is a full 8 hours of sleep, guys. Make sure you guys take a long rest. And we are going to end it there.
Are levels going to be gained for the two boys that fought, or how's that working?
For the two boys who fought, 1 level was gained. I'm going to leave everyone else down for 1.
Hell yeah.
For now, levels will be evened out probably by the end of next session. Bob, I will call you here in a few minutes, probably. But I believe you have your outro to do, don't you?
Yep. Anyways, thank you all so much for hanging with me and the rest of the D&D crew. Thank you all so much. It really does mean the absolute freaking world. I'm going to go through here, and we are going to go ahead and roll our outros in order. So, Ash, do you have anything that you would like to say? Anything that you would like to plug?
Not really. Just thanks a lot for having me and letting me be a part of the session, guys. It was a great one.
Mm-hmm. Crow, do you have anything that you would like to say and or plug?
Nothing to say. Fun session as always. Usual challenge. Good luck finding my socials. Don't post anything on them.
Sniper, you're up next. Do you have anything that you would like to say and or do you have anything that you would like to plug?
No, other than thanks for the great session, and hopefully we'll be fighting alongside each other once more for the next session.
Pelly, you're up next. Do you have anything that you would like to say and or do you have anything that you want to plug?
Nah, I don't got anything to plug. Thanks for stopping by. Or no, my God. God, I hate doing this. I'm nervous as all hell. Thanks for having me. Happy to be a part of this. Can't wait to cause more chaos. The Southern Belle ain't done yet.
Nope.
What to do? No. I don't know.
And Rumple, you're up next. Do you have anything that you would like to say and or plug?
At this point, I don't have anything I want to plug. I will at some point in time in the future. But in the meantime, thank you all for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the the chaos that Haley and I have been plotting and creating. We have so many more things planned. So we hope to see you all again. And I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend and a fantastic week.
Last off, Haley, do you have anything that you would like to say and or anything that you would like to plug?
Well, first off, thank y'all for even letting me be y'all's DM. I'm so happy you guys are enjoying this. I am like ecstatic that something I thought was going to just get glossed over became a huge deal to you guys. I love that. Specifically for the streamers, do be sure to catch us up next weekend. Just it's going to be our podcast session, not really a D&D session, just where we sit and talk. And then the weekend after that, we are going to be back for session 3, guys, and we are finally going to be entering the Wandering Wood, which I cannot wait to show you guys because that part has been the hardest for me to create.
And I am ecstatic to see it.
And I am so happy that you let me be your first DM, Bob. Thank you so much for that.
Mm-hmm.
So
all I gotta say is chaos shall reign.
Yeah, stop
Oh,
it!
yes. Yes, it shall.
We're so doomed. Why am I the one with the marbles? Why am I just the marble with the marbles?
We're not doomed.
Yeah.
We have Bob and Holden who quite literally look at everybody and say, "Fuck you."
Bob nearly died, you bumbo. You better do a better job
I'm
at acting.
I'm not gonna lie. The second that first attack hit, I'm like, on the next one, I'm dead because I was dropped down to 3 hit points. So I was sitting there pulling up my fucking backup character.
That's why I'm glad I took the second entire attack off the heat off of you. I looked at him and said, "No, you fight me, buddy boy."
So anyway,
Sitting there with my backup character with the last name Duarden, and with that knowledge drop,
Of
I
course
don't
you
No,
would.
what makes it funny is that makeshift javelin put me to 6. That's 7. That 11 came into helping hand.
Anyway, we will happily discuss that on our next session. We can happily discuss that. However, I do believe he is trying to shut down the stream, guys. He needs to get to bed.
Well, actually, I do have a thing to do after stream, but that is of irrelevance to what stream, because stream does not need to know that. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you, chat, for joining me. For joining all of us here. I have been Kebab Music. I have been your streamer for this morning, evening, afternoon, night, wherever you may be in the world. Tonight, I am not going to raid out because I honestly feel like this has been such an incredible session and so much happened and it was such a wonderful experience. I just want to leave it here. I'm not raiding out. I just wanted to say, see y'all later. Thank you so much. It really does mean the world. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. And to all of my fellow D&D players in the voice chat with me, thank you guys so much for putting up with my bullshit.
Always having fun. D&D's about having fun and doing crazy crap.
You put up with our bull crap, so we brought chaos to you and you gave it back to us. So I think that's a fair deal.
Yep. But more importantly, thank you for putting up with my bad guitar playing skills.
That was wonderful.
Oh, no. Brother, if I brought out my bass, we would both be terrible, okay?
Oh, God. No, now is not the time to start a band, you two. We got a stream to end.
All right.
I like the sound of this, though.
Rumple, shut up. You can join us next week for our podcast. Y'all,
Yes.
we need a success for next weekend, okay?
All right. And on that note, I am switching to the ending soon screen. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. Let's switch to the ending soon screen.